So we should be good now. Yeah, no, my bad. Let me know if we're good. There should be sound now. I think okay, yeah, we're good now. Yeah, my bad. I don't know what happened there. Sometimes I don't know if my mic is starting to go or not, or maybe the cord itself, the wire, had to unplug it and essentially reset it. So let's try that again. All right, guys. Maybe it's better you guys didn't hear the first all right, because I said it all weird. I don't know why. I said it all weird. I was like, all right, guys. Welcome back to the channel. But yes, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. I hope everybody is doing well today. Thank you guys for joining me. And thank you, as always, for waiting patiently for the intro to finish up there. Today, we are talking all about the PlayStation 5 Pro, everybody's favorite topic. I know I'm excited. No, I actually am kind of excited because we have a bunch of new reports about the PS5 Pro, and we also have Sony basically confirming the PlayStation 5 Pro leak. And look, I don't know how many people at this point in time are feeling like, nah, the PS5 Pro isn't real. That's not a real console. Why would that be a real console? Well, after today, you're going to realize that no, it's 100% a real console, and it's coming. It's coming in fast. So whether you're ready or not, the PS5 Pro is coming. But yeah, we're going to go over these reports. I'm sure you guys have noticed, and if you haven't noticed, I'm here to tell you, gaming news is dead right now. I mean, it is like dead with a capital D, man. Like, it is just RIP gaming news. I don't know if it is like a calm before the storm type situation, or if this is, I don't know, we're just at a very slow time. But man, there is no gaming news pretty much at all. So, you know, I got to take what I can get here when it comes to keeping you guys up to date with the news. And right now, the reports are all about the PS5 Pro, so that's what we'll talk about. Look, man, I get it. I know it's a lot of talk about the PS5 Pro, but I've been scouring the internet. I've been trying to see, like, is there any info on anything PlayStation? And this is it. This is it. We will talk about other things, though. So, you know, that's a guarantee. Over the course of the stream, we will talk about other things. And we got 223 Gaming, or 223 Gaming, however you want to say it. He decides to join the membership club here, join the MBG Army, but he actually joins the higher tier. He joins the extra rep. So he's putting in an extra rep for me in this community. 223 Gaming. Thank you so much for that, man. Really appreciate that. Appreciate that support.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good stuff. So yeah, this is a good opportunity for me to just once again thank everybody for their continued support. I want to give a big thank you to anybody who tunes in live to the streams. You guys that take time out of your day to join the show, come hang out with me in this community. Thank you so much for that. But I know that not everybody can tune in live. So if you're somebody who watches the streams afterwards, you know, whether you're watching just like a 20-minute segment or the whole thing, thank you for that. I really do appreciate your viewership and your support as well. I want to make sure to also let you guys know, as always, to hit that like button. It really helps the channel, especially during slow times like right now where there's not a lot to talk about. Be sure to hit that like button and let me know you guys enjoy the streams and to just help out with YouTube's algorithm and whatnot. But there are 3 ways you can support my channel, this community, and the content directly. I am fan funded. I don't do sponsorships. I don't do ad reads. Not to say that I never would. It's just that I haven't needed to. And I'm very thankful for that. That's because of you guys and those who support directly. So 3 ways you can do that. Become a channel member. You gain access to some exclusive perks. One of those major perks that you gain access to is the Members Lounge. We will be doing a Members Lounge after today's stream. So if you are a channel member, look out for that. It's going to be a good time. That's where we're going to head once this stream finishes. If you are already a channel member, consider gifting memberships. It's a big thing that people do now on YouTube. It's a big thing we do here with this community. So consider doing that. And last but certainly not least, consider donating a super chat. Ask a question. Give an opinion. Make a statement. Say something random if you want. That happens more frequently than you would think. It all really helps. I think some landscapers are rolling up. Yeah. I don't know. That's kind of. Hold on. Okay. All right. Yeah. Got to shut the window for a little bit. But yeah, thank you guys for all of your support. Seriously. It means a lot. More pro talk? Yes, more pro talk. More pro talk. Listen, I get it. If you got to dip out of today's conversation and today's stream, because you're just tired of hearing about the PS5 Pro, I get it. I'm not going to be upset. I get it. But, I think that there are people who do want to talk about this because, again, there are new reports, there are new things. And also, before I get into it, I do just want to give you guys another heads up because Boss, he keeps sneaking his way in, dude. Oh my God. I thought you were out of this bedroom, bro. He just casually walks on by. He knows. Listen, before I dive into this conversation, as I let people file in here, I just got to say really quick that Boss knows, man. Like, he strategically, when he sees I'm getting ready to stream, he hides somewhere in this room. Because he knows that I'm gonna try to like shuffle him out, Yeah, I didn't know he was in here, but with that being said, I did get Boss some new treats. Okay, and if we do hit the goal of 25 members today, you know how it is. We'll give Boss some treats. This time we're gonna give him some new treats. Now I have a little tease for you guys. All right, and that is if we hit a higher goal today, okay, I'm not pushing you to do it. It's just you never know when we're going to have high membership days. But if we happen to do that today, and even if it's not today, the next time we do it, I have a little surprise. Nothing major. Don't get too excited now. Just a little surprise regarding Boss and Leia, if I can get her in here, that I think would be pretty funny, that you guys, I think, would enjoy a little bit. Again, I don't want to set expectations too high. Keep your expectations low, but just a little bonus. Just a little cat bonus, if you will. Then I'm hoping we do hit a high membership mark at some point because I actually want to see how the cats react to it. It'll be pretty funny. But we have Gamer Pro here coming in saying with his 5th super chat, will the PS5 Pro run GTA 6 at 60 FPS? At what resolution? Well, that's the big question, Gamer Pro. In fact, I would say that that's probably the biggest question on people's minds is, will GTA 6 is going to set a new benchmark in the video game industry. Is it going to... Yeah, this is a cat channel that talks games occasionally now. Is it going to run this monster of a game at 60 FPS on console? Is this a possibility? Well, but I'm not going to answer that like right now, Gamer Pro, and the reason for that is because I want to go over these new reports with you, and then after we go over this new report, we can maybe speculate a little bit more aggressively about whether or not this is going to happen. Boss is dying to try his new treats. He's literally just sitting here, hunched over, like trying to get to him. But we're going to start here with, let me see here. So the first topic regarding the PS5 Pro that I want to go over with you guys is Sony basically confirming the PlayStation 5 specification leak. Now, I think a lot of people believed the spec leak when it came out. This was, I think, about 2 weeks ago at this time. At this point in time, first it was Moore's Law's Dead. Moore's Law's Dead was the first person to come out and straight up show some documentation, say these are the specifications. And even though Moore's Law's Dead was, oh holy shit! Hold on, we have a snack emergency, guys. No, boss, no way, bro. Dude, he just knocked the whole thing on the floor. No, you're gonna get sick. Stop. Bad cat. Bad boss. I can't believe he just did that, dude. I'm sorry, guys. Hold on. There's like 100 fucking snacks on the floor right now. All right, you can finish the rest. Damn you, boss. I cannot believe he just did that, bro. You know what? I can believe he did that. What I can't believe is the fact that they exploded all over the floor like that. What is this cheap ass container, man? I just literally had to scoop up like 150 snacks. This cat, man, I'm telling you. There you go. I hope you're happy, boss. Watch out. All right. Where is he? He's under my chair, trying to eat some of those snacks that I couldn't get all of them at one time. Dude, what is this guy? What is this troll in the chat? You are a fake gamer, MBG. Blabs, can you explain to me how I'm a fake gamer? First off, tell me what a fake gamer is, and then explain to me how I am a fake gamer. Damn, dude, it's like total chaos today. I got boss knocking snacks everywhere. I got somebody in the chat telling me I'm a fake gamer. What is happening? What is this stream? Is it satire? It must be, yeah. I don't know, though. It's hard to... it has to be satire, right? Fake gamer. MBG's a fake gamer. Ban Blabs, get him out of here. I'll give him a chance. I'm curious. Like, look, I don't mind... Because he's not being, like, nasty, but I'm just curious. Because it's like, he's either serious or he's not. And if he's serious, I'm actually curious as to know, like, what makes me a fake gamer? Okay, all right. Well, that pretty much gives us our answer, guys, because his follow-up response is Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater 3 is going to run better on Xbox. Go cry, MBG. He got me. The troll got me, bro. Ban him. Oh, man. You gotta love it, dude. You're saying there's a new leak from Tom Henderson regarding Mafia 4? Yeah, we're going to have to make an example of Blabs here. I have to ban his ass. Blabs, you can tell me to go cry because MGS3 is going to run better on Xbox? Wrong. You, sir, are wrong. You, sir, will be banned. Good day to you, sir. And he's out. He's out. Ban him for what? For being a fucking troll. That's what he's being banned for. No, not even just being a troll. He's being banned. He's being banned for being a troll that happened to catch my attention. So I guess mission accomplished, but it's okay. I mean, he'll probably make another account and come back. It's cool. It's for fun, man. He was doing it for fun. I'm doing it for fun. It's not serious. It would be funny. It would be funny if MGS3 Remake does run better on Xbox, though. But I don't know. I think MGS3 Remake has a pretty good chance of getting a PS5 Pro, like a patch or something. See Hellbound saying, "How's that dead console?" Dude, Hellbound ain't playing today. Hellbound ain't playing today. He's like, "How's that dead console, bro? How's that dead console?" Taking shots. I love it. That's funny, dude. All right. Sorry for those distractions, guys. This is the nature of the beast. This is the nature of the live streams. You never know what's going to happen. Let's get back on track here. Let's get back on topic. All right. Maybe it's better it worked out this way because we have more people here now. All right. So back to the PS5 Pro, talking about Sony basically confirming that the leaked specifications are real. A lot of people were very unsure when we first heard about the leak if it was going to be real or not. Like, should we believe it? Again, it was Moore's Law's dead. He was the first person to come out and show documentation, let us know all of the specific details about the PS5 GPU, about what Sony's doing with their super spectral resolution and what this console is going to do hardware-wise. And a lot of people did not believe Moore's Law is dead for some reason. I mean, I don't know. It just seems like people have an axe to grind with Moore's Law is Dead for some reason. I'm not sure why. Maybe he's gotten some things wrong in the past. I really don't know. I haven't been keeping track close enough. But I believed it because he showed actual documentation. But then shortly after, Tom Henderson, who a lot of people do consider extremely reliable, backed up Moore's Law is Dead by saying, like, yeah, I got the same documentation. I can confirm that this leak is real. Now, I think for most people, that was more than enough to convince them that, okay, the leak we just got about the PS5 Pro is legitimate. But there are, of course, still people who are like, all right, I still don't believe it because, well, these are just insiders. And, you know, some people just don't trust insiders no matter how reliable they are. Well, I have an article here from WCCF Tech, and it says, remember last month's PS5 Pro video from YouTuber Moore's Law is Dead? The video is no longer available following a copyright strike from Sony. We reported on the video from the known tech YouTuber following its release last month. In the video, the YouTuber shared a document about Sony's upgraded PS5 model that offered new details and information about the console. Interesting new details include substantially faster rendering, up to 3 times improved ray tracing performance, and Sony's rumored own upscaling technology, PlayStation Spectral Super Resolution. According to Eurogamer's Digital Foundry, this upscaling technology can allow for greatly improved image quality of existing PS5 titles. In addition, the outlet suggested that the PS5 Pro will offer 1.2 gigabytes of additional RAM for games, which is something I actually didn't talk about, which is actually surprising, but that's very good. So pretty much a whole extra gigabyte dedicated just for games. But it says here, fast forward a month to where we are now, and the video from Wars Outlaws Dead is no longer available on YouTube. This video is no longer available due to a copyright claim by Sony Interactive Entertainment. This is what the link reads if you click on it. While this doesn't necessarily mean that the information or details mentioned in the video were the real deal, recent reports and rumors do seem to indicate that the leaked document was legitimate. Over the weekend, and I'm actually not going to read this part because we're going to go over the other reports, but this is the first thing that I wanted to share with you guys, is that Moore's Law is Dead, his video was struck by Sony, and it straight up tells you that Sony Interactive Entertainment is the one who requested the takedown. And this does, in my eyes, and I think it should in everybody's eyes, confirm that the documentation that Moore's Law is Dead shared in that video is legitimate. It's legitimate enough to provoke Sony to do something like this. And look, I mean, here's what I'm kind of wondering is why Sony waited so long to do this. Here's what I think. I think the reason why Sony waited so long to take Moore's Law is Dead video, to take his video down, and they didn't do it like in the first week or two when everybody was reporting on it, it's because I think it's a scare tactic, essentially, where Sony knows, and Sony knew at that time, that it was going to leak out one way or another. That's why they didn't take it down, because they knew that these specifications were going to leak out, that everybody was going to know about them, and it was going to be the talk of the town for at least a week, maybe 2 weeks at most. I think they decided to do it now in an effort to hopefully make somebody like Moore's Law is Dead and other people who are doing what he does, you know, with these occasional leaks and stuff, to think twice about immediately posting about it, about immediately uploading a video. Because I think Sony was also aware that if they took the video down immediately, it will draw even more attention to it, where like suddenly it's like, uh-oh, okay, they took it down, it must be real. But on top of that, they could get a lot of hate for that. Because, yeah, I mean, look, it's kind of one of these things where in Moore's Law is Dead video, in his video, did he show the actual documentation? He did, and it was blurred. A lot of stuff was blurred out and altered. But he did actually show pictures of the documents. And I'm pretty sure he did this because he wanted people to know that this is real. I think he's aware that a lot of people don't believe some of his leaks, and there is clearly some hate out there for him. So I think he did that in an effort to just make sure people understand that this is real. But that very well could have been the thing that essentially ensured that at some point in time, Sony was going to be able to take down his video. But what I don't understand about this is Well, it's not that I don't understand it, but I guess I have to assume that Sony basically, again, it just has to be about sending a message to leakers who do this stuff, right? Because Sony surely realizes that by doing this, you confirm that this is real. You know, like if there was any chance that people didn't believe it, well, now that, you know, that this ensures that, yes, people now are going to walk away saying, well, there you go. Sony basically confirmed it themselves. So, yeah, you see Boss's tail. I got to keep a close eye on Boss. I got to make sure he doesn't knock over these snacks again because he's trying to do it again. But yeah, I just wanted to first and foremost let you guys know about that and let you know that Sony did take down the original video that pretty much confirms that, yes, what Moore's Law is dead leaked out. If you didn't believe it already, well, there you go. Now we're going to get into the like juicier reports now that I'm very much interested in, where we have two back-to-back reports from The Verge, specifically from Tom Warren from The Verge. He put out an article yesterday titled, Sony's PS5 Pro is real and developers are getting ready for it. Sony is getting ready to release a more powerful PS5 console possibly by the end of this year. After reports of leaked PS5 Pro specifications surfaced recently, The Verge has obtained a full list of specifications for the upcoming console. Sources familiar with Sony's plans tell me that developers are already being asked to ensure their games are compatible with this upcoming console, with a focus on improving ray tracing. Codenamed Trinity, the PS5 Pro model, boss, watch out, will include a more powerful GPU and a slightly faster CPU mode. All of Sony's changes point to a PS5 Pro that will be far more capable of rendering games with ray tracing enabled or hitting higher resolutions and frame rates in certain titles. Sony appears to be encouraging developers to use graphics features like ray tracing, more so with the PS5 Pro, with games able to use a Trinity enhanced label, which, you know, we've talked about this because Tom Henderson revealed this. Continues here by saying Sony expects GPU rendering on the PS5 Pro to be about 45% faster, according to documents. The PS5 Pro GPU will be larger and use faster system memory to help improve ray tracing. All right, we knew about this. Trinity is a high-level version of the PlayStation 5, reads one document, with Sony indicating it will continue to sell the standard PS5 after this new model launches. Sony is expecting game developers to have a single package that will support both the PS5 and PS5 Pro consoles, with existing games able to be patched for higher performance. So, again, none of this is necessarily surprising, but the thing that Tom Warren seems to be doing here with this documentation is going a little bit more in depth with the wording and the terminology and the way Sony is kind of communicating with developers, where he's pretty much saying here that Sony is telling developers, like, we do expect all games to be compatible with the Pro, which I guess is a given, but also saying that we do expect, you know, your games to be ready and able to be patched for the PS5 Pro. It says here that I understand developers are able to order test kits right now, and that Sony's expecting, and this is an important part, that Sony's expecting every game submitted to certification in August to be compatible with the PS5 Pro. So this to me is interesting because it seems to reveal that a September PS5 Pro reveal is going to happen. That this is what Sony is aiming for, because they're telling developers in the documentation by August, everything that you're doing needs to be PS5 Pro compatible, enhanced, or ready in some way, shape, or form by August. To me, that confirms they're going to reveal it in September with a November launch. It continues on here by saying, while Sony is improving the GPU side of the PS5 Pro, the CPU will be the same as the standard PS5 with a new mode that clocks it higher. Trinity has a mode that targets 3.85 gigahertz CPU frequency, says Sony in the document to developers. That's around 10% more than the regular PS5. Sony will offer developers the ability to pick between a standard mode at 3.5 gigahertz or the high CPU frequency mode at 3.85 gigahertz. The standard mode operates just like a regular PS5, where a certain amount of power is allocated to the CPU. It runs at 3.5 gigahertz if the power budget allows for it, or it lowers frequencies if the PS5 is performing, quote, power-intensive operations. Sony says these lower frequencies are rare and that unused power on the CPU side is sent to the GPU. In this new high CPU frequency mode for the PS5 Pro, more power is allocated to the CPU, which means slightly less to the GPU. The GPU is downclocked by around 1.5% in this mode, which results in roughly a 1% lower performance, which we knew about that as well. We learned about the 1.2 extra gigabytes of memory. I got to be honest with you. I thought that there was going to be shit. I thought there was going to be more new info in here. All right. Well, we'll finish up with this article because apparently, I guess The Verge's Tom Warren just decided that he was going to regurgitate literally everything that Tom Henderson already told us about 2 weeks ago, as well as Moore's Law is dead. Well, that's fine, but there's a second report here, and I think this one, I'm curious to see. I really hope there's actually better info in this one, because my God, if I find out that all of these reports were written up and they're just literal regurgitation of what we've known for the past 2 weeks, I'm going to be a little frustrated. So it says here, Sony is working. Well, let me read the title. There was a report about the PS5 Pro that was published by Tom Warren of The Verge again today, saying Sony wants 60 FPS PS5 Pro enhanced games, but it's happy to settle for less. Very strange title. Happy? I don't see happy in quotes. So let me get this straight, Tom Warren. You're telling me Sony's literally going to be happy if developers are like, nah. Holy shit. What a fanboy. I'm just kidding. I don't know. People do think is Tom Warren an Xbox fanboy? I've heard that he is. He probably is. I don't doubt it. He probably is. Come on. But you gotta love that wording though, that headline. Like, Sony's definitely happy. That shit makes me laugh, dude. All right, let's read the article. It says Sony is working on a new high-end version of the PS5 codenamed Trinity, and likely to debut this console later this year. The Verge confirmed leaked specs about the PS5 Pro earlier this week, and we've also obtained details on how existing a new PS5 blah 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 enhanced. Sony is working. See, okay, this is where things get interesting. Sony is also working on an ultra boost mode for older games to make them run better on the PS5 Pro. Sources familiar with Sony's plans tell The Verge that Sony is asking developers to create a new PS5 Pro exclusive graphics mode in games that combines Sony's new spectral super resolution, or PSSR upscaling, to 4K resolution with a 60 FPS frame rate and ray tracing effects. So we did learn about this from Insider Gaming to a certain extent, but my only problem with that Insider Gaming report is Tom Henderson really didn't go much deeper, and I think he felt intimidated. Tom Henderson has made it known that he doesn't know anything about specs or anything like that. And so I think he just kind of kept it very surface level and just kind of, kept it very simple. I think this article, this report seems to go a little bit more in depth with what, not necessarily in depth, but maybe making it more clear, because I had my own speculation on this. I told you guys that this this is what fascinates me. This exclusive PS5 Pro enhanced mode. This to me sounds like, look, I don't know if I'm reading this the wrong way, and I probably am, but it almost sounds to me, and I'm not sure that this would be a good idea for Sony to do this, because if they were to do it, it could get very confusing. It almost sounds like there's going to be two different types of enhancements for the PS5 Pro. I almost feel like, I'm probably wrong about that, but just the way that this reads, where it's like an exclusive graphics mode, it's probably not that. It's probably just one single banner of PS5 Pro enhanced. But one thing that seems to be clear, and this is the second time we're hearing about this, is that in this documentation, Sony is definitely pushing devs. Like Sony is pushing developers and they're saying, we want you to combine these things. We want you to take advantage of the hardware, but use PSSR, get to 60 FPS, and throw in some damn ray tracing. Like Sony really wants this to happen, but they know that they can't mandate that. Sony knows that if they try to mandate that, it's going to backfire. Developers are going to hate them for it. And no one, it's going to push developers away. But it's clear to me that Sony is definitely pushing for a combination of all three of these things. And that to me is what's most interesting about this is, are we going to see that from developers outside of Sony's first party? See, Corey has joined the chat. What's up, Corey? Saying, dude, this same report released 2 weeks ago. Well, I know, and that's why I'm saying I'm really hoping that there's something new here. Listen, there has to be something new here, right? I think ray tracing is so overrated. I don't think ray tracing's overrated. I just think we're not really there yet with it, I just and when I mean that in terms of like the hardware. I think ray tracing is great as long as other things are met first. You know what I mean? Like as long as we get that 60 FPS and that higher resolution. $8K for the win. Yeah, so let's continue on here. It says here, while Sony wants this new mode in games, so let me try this again. While Sony wants this new mode in games, the PS5 Pro Enhanced label will still be available for a variety of other scenarios that include 30 FPS games. Okay, well that I should have read that before I speculated because that answers it. Developers have the option of increasing the target resolution for a PS5 Pro game that runs at a fixed resolution on PS5, or even increasing the target maximum resolution for games that run at variable resolutions on PS5. That could mean we see PS5 Pro Enhanced games that run at between 1080p and 1440p resolution at 30 FPS on the base PS5, and run between, say, 1280p and 2160p on the PS5 Pro at that same frame rate. A fixed resolution increase from 1440p to 2160p would qualify as a PS5 Pro Enhanced game. Developers could also choose to enable ray tracing effects and get the PS5 Pro Enhanced label without improving resolution or frame rates. If a developer wants to target 60 FPS instead of 30 FPS with the same resolution, this may also qualify as a PS5 Pro Enhanced game. Simply running a game at a more stable frame rate on the PS5 Pro is not enough. The Enhanced label, though. Now, that to me is kind of important. See, this is where I'm glad that I decided to cover this article. It's not like major, but it's something I would say that, okay, Sony, it seems like the cutoff that Sony is putting here is that, listen, if your game's frame rate is automatically improved by the PS5 Pro hardware, you cannot label your game PS5 Pro Enhanced. You need to actually do something. You need to actually optimize it. You need to put in some kind of work. And I think that's a good move on Sony's part, and I think that's fair, because to me that would be kind of ridiculous, if a developer was just like, well, our game, but you know what? Thinking about it on the other side though, right? Like, imagine there's a game. Yeah, because like if there's a game that just automatically goes from 30 to 60 frames, that developer at that point would feel very much probably incentivized to just, we should just up the resolution. We should just throw in some ray tracing. We should do something, because look at it's already doing all this for our game and we haven't even touched it. Right? I think that's a good move on Sony's part, because it'll essentially, I don't want to say it's going to push the developers, but it's going to nudge the developers to basically say, all right, come on, guys, you got to do something for this new console here. They're not like twisting their arm, but I think that's a fair cutoff. Come on. You're in my way, boss. I can't see. I can't see, bro. All right, it says here, Sony also will not add the PS5 Pro Enhanced label for games that run with a variable resolution and see an increased resolution on the PS5 Pro. That doesn't improve the maximum resolution. So if a game moves from 1440p to 2160p variable to 1800p to 2160p variable, this will not qualify for the enhanced label. So, okay, there we go. So it's not just the frame rate. What Sony is basically saying here is that if the I think boss found another fly. That if what Sony is saying here is that if our new hardware, if the PS5 Pro automatically bumps the resolution and the frame rate of your game, you can't just slap a Pro enhanced on it. You have to do something. You have to do just some type of work, some type of optimization. You can't just let the internal hardware do the heavy lifting for you and call it a day. Again, I think that's a good thing because it's Sony ensuring that developers who want to get that, developers who are going to come out and market their game as PS5 Pro Enhanced, what it will mean is that we put work into this, that we actually sat down and did something. And I think that's a good move. I think that's good for PS5 Pro buyers, right? Because that would be pretty disappointing. And we have Corey the Legend Landiga coming in here, getting us started today. Well, actually, it was 223 Gaming that got us started, but Corey starting with the gifting by dropping 5 membership gifts on you guys. Corey, thank you so much, man.
But that was some fancy shooting.
I always got to give you that. I always got to give you the Metal Gear.
Thank you.
But thank you. You brought us up to 6 members on the day. Love to see it, man. Thank you for all the continued support that you guys show the channel. See if we can get to that 25. Yeah, Mr. B, I agree. You're saying it sounds to me like PlayStation will continue to target 60 FPS for their exclusives. Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think, I don't want to say it's a mandate. I don't think Sony is, like, again, going up to their first party studios and saying you need to have a 60 FPS performance mode, but maybe they are. Maybe they are, because it's like, I mean, if you're Sony, you look at Microsoft right now and you think, well, Microsoft has been really struggling to offer 60 FPS on their games. Like their big console exclusive console exclusive releases, they've been struggling to offer 60 FPS. We haven't been. And I just feel like if you're Sony, you probably are just automatically thinking like, we have to keep this up. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I would do. You know, I wouldn't look at that as, well, if Microsoft isn't offering 60 FPS, then why should we worry about it? No, I would say, dude, you've been killing it. Keep it going. You know, if anything, the Pro should help that become more of a reality going forward. Corey says, for our boss. Well, Corey, you missed it, bro. Just a moment. I think like a couple minutes before you came into the chat, I bought boss a whole new container of snacks. He knocked them over, dude. And they just exploded everywhere. There were snacks everywhere. I had to clean it up. And it's good now. He only got a couple. It's good now. We got Legions GG here with a super chat saying, optimization over ray tracing 2024. It's 2024 and games run like crap. I agree. Like, that's my whole thing, man, is I don't want developers to be stressed in that, like, I don't want them to feel like, man, we have to prioritize putting ray tracing in over optimizing our game. No, I want, first and foremost, games to be properly optimized before any PS5 Pro enhancements are, thought of. But at the same time, like, I just, my hope is that as those optimizations are occurring, I just hope that the PS5 Pro, I just hope it's not like such an afterthought that it's like, oh yeah, we're not even thinking about that, like, at all. I hope it's just one of these things where it's like, all right, order of priority. Get the game optimized on the base hardware and make sure everything's running good, everything's solid. And then after that, just, hey, let's just see if we can pump it up a little bit, on the PS5 Pro. Let's just throw in some more ray tracing. Or let's turn up the ray tracing. Or increase the resolution, increase the frame rate, whatever it is. Developers should be able to do, well, first off, developers should be optimizing their games. Let's get that straight. Developers should be coming out here, especially when you consider like with AAA games that, we're expected to pay $70. They should be coming out here and having a fully optimized. Again, it doesn't have to be absolute perfection. I don't think anybody is like Legion's GG. I don't think you're asking for perfection. You're not. You're asking for proper optimization. That's all you're asking for. And I think that's totally reasonable. And I think that goes for any hardware. If you're going to make a game for PS5, properly optimize it. Don't rush it out the door. Don't release it to hit a deadline. Properly optimize. Don't fix it after the fact. Properly optimize it. If you're releasing it for the Xbox, same thing. If you're releasing your game on PC, same thing. It is sad to me that so many games released these days, like you're saying, where it's just, you can tell it's in the name of hitting a deadline and getting it out the door and fixing it after the fact. I just think that that's backwards thinking. I do. I don't think that's the right way to do it. I think there has to be a little bit of pressure at all times, but I just don't think that's the right way. I think the right way is it'll be finished when it's finished, and we'll release it when it's finished. People buy them anyway. Yeah, I know. That's where things get messy, right? It's always where things get messy. But let's continue on here. It says here, developers will need to update their games to Sony's latest SDK to take advantage of the PS5 Pro's features. But some games that haven't been updated will still benefit from better performance on the upcoming console. I understand that the PS5 Pro will have an Ultra Boost mode that will help VRR modes run at a higher frame rate, and games with a variable resolution may render at higher resolutions. Overall frame rates may be more stable in certain games as well. Sony does warn developers that many unpatched games won't show improvements in this Ultra Boost mode, though. Games that run at a fixed resolution and graphical settings for fixed rendering resolutions will not show improvements, even if developers remain on older versions of Sony's SDK. They can still utilize PSSR to upscale titles and get access to the additional system memory that Sony's offering game developers. So, okay, this to me is important because if I'm reading this correctly, I'm going to read this to you guys one more time. Even if developers remain on the older version of Sony's SDK, they can still utilize PSSR to upscale titles and get access to the additional system memory that Sony's offering game developers. This, I think, might be a huge bullet point in this leaked documentation that maybe people didn't read thoroughly enough or didn't think it was important enough to report on. To me, what this says is that you don't have to... What this tells me is that Sony is going to allow developers to use PSSR and that extra memory on the base PS5. Is that am I understanding this correctly? That's kind of how I'm reading this. And we have Hellbound 1981, another legend, following up Corey here, dropping another 5 bomb on you guys. 5 more memberships gifted from Hellbound. Hellbound, I'm going to give you a... There you go. I know everybody loves Boss, and I know Hellbound's no different. He's doing it for Boss. Really appreciate that, Hellbound. Thank you. So we're sitting at 11 members on the day. See if we can keep that train going. But I just want to know, do you guys think I'm reading this correctly, or am I reading this wrong? Because the way I'm reading this is, if a developer doesn't update, let me reread this. Developers will need to update their games. Okay. So yeah, this confirms it. Wait, hold on. Sony will need to update their games to Sony's latest SDK to take advantage of the PS5 Pro features. But then it says down here that even if developers remain on older versions of the SDK, they can still utilize PSSR to upscale. So the only thing I don't quite understand here is, so is this saying that like a developer can order a PS5 Pro dev kit, make a game for the PS5 Pro, but not update to the latest SDK? Is that what this is saying? Because if that's not what it's saying, then it means that developers can use PSSR on the base PS5. Chase, you're saying yes, that is what it's saying. That they can order SDK or PS5 Pro dev kits, but not upgrade to the latest SDK. See, that what's weird about that though is that almost sounds to me like, well, why would you even order a PS5 Pro dev kit at that point? You know? And we got Steven Leon coming in out of nowhere. Steven Leon's coming in and he drops another 20 bomb on you guys. Steven's been showing up these days, man. You never know. He just comes in. He's like, here you go, bro. 20 membership gifts.
Holy shit.
He does it. He just got us past the 25 member mark, man. Boss is very happy. He doesn't know yet. He's about to know, but Boss is going to be very happy. Thank you for that, Steven. Huge shout out to you for supporting this community, for supporting this channel. More importantly, for supporting Boss's crippling snack addiction. It's actually not crippling. It's the opposite. He's very desperate for the snacks, but the snacks keep him invigorated and energetic as ever. So, Steven, really appreciate that, bro. Steven just brought us up to 31 members. So before we continue this conversation, here we go. I know, boss. I know. These are, well, temptations. I'm not I should get a sponsorship, dude. I should see if I can get a cat snack sponsorship. Says backyard cookout. Chicken, liver, and beef flavors. Look, do you see the picture of the cat? Boss is like, give me it now. Look at that cat, though. This is like perfect for spring and summer. But, all right, let's go. Here we go, man. Enjoy, boss. I got to make sure I don't put them over there anymore, though, because he will knock them over. Backyard barbecues the shit. Yeah, I got to admit, like, not to be weird about, I'm not going to eat them because I know you guys are going to say, eat it. Eat it. I'm not going to eat them, but I will tell you that, like, these smell better than all the other snacks I've smelled. You know, like, a lot of these cat snacks have, like, a really kind of nasty smell to them or just not pleasant. This one actually smells pretty good. Not, again, I'm not going to eat it. I know what you guys are going to say. You're going to say, eat this. I'm not eating the snack. Not going to eat it. Look, I just got over having like the stomach flu. I ain't eating that shit. But boss, eat up, man. Enjoy. Let me update this member goal. And I'll say this one more time before we continue with our conversation because I know a lot of you are just tuning in and may have missed it earlier. But I did say at the beginning of this stream that if we hit like a higher goal today, maybe like I don't want to say like 50, but if we go past 50, you know, I don't know how high I want to set the goal, but if we go past 50 at some point today, I have a little extra surprise for Boss and Leia that we might be able to break out today. Okay, so we'll see. You want me to nibble a little bit? No, dude, I'm not putting that shit anywhere near my mouth. I'm good. I'm fine with just the smell, you know? All right. We have Lone Wolf Gamer saying, MBG, did you ever think your podcast would become the boss show? No, I didn't. And I'm okay with that. It's not always going to be the boss show, you know? And it isn't always the boss show, but he does produce the show. So, you know, he's one of these producers that he he feels like he has to be involved. A new cat tree, dude. No, not yet. A new cat tree would be great. If I got a new cat tree for boss, I'd want it to be something big, something bigger. But I don't know. He seems hesitant to go any higher than this. I'm not sure if he would or not. But yeah, I would have never thought that, during times of slow gaming news, boss would come in so clutch, as the producer. He's the executive producer. What games am I playing right now? Right now, I'm mostly playing Rise of the Ronin. Dude, I'm like getting totally overwhelmed with how long Rise of the Ronin is. Nobody warned me about this. Like, nobody said anything about Rise of the Ronin being a ridiculously large game with a massive amount of, like, almost an overwhelming amount of content. I can't believe it. Hold on. IP Gaming is saying lick it, MBG. Corey will drop 20 members if you do. Corey, there's no way you agreed to that, bro. I think IP Gaming's making that up. But yeah, I'm playing Rise of the Ronin right now. I'm still making my way through it. I am over 60 hours in Rise of the Ronin, and it is I'm still really enjoying it just as much as I did. I'm just flabbergasted at, like, my God, dude, this game is so long and there's so much content. I just, if there's one thing that I can assure you that was not properly communicated about Rise of the Ronin prior to the game's launch, whether that was with Team Ninja's marketing, Sony's marketing, the previews and the reviews, is nobody talked about how long and massive this game is. Like, nobody said that. Corey's like, lies. Yeah, I basically am. Yeah. Sony's nuts, dude. Like, I think Sony's absolutely nuts for releasing these just, like, insanely massive games back to back. Like, I guess it wasn't just their choice, but I can tell you that there was not enough space between Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Rise of the Ronin. Not at all. Not at all, dude. Come on, boss. Do it. Do it. You know you want to. All right, we'll continue with our conversation here about the PS5 Pro because I'm not fully finished this article yet, or with all the reports. But Corey the Legend Landiga comes in again. Corey comes in again and drops another 10 bomb on you guys. Corey is keeping this train going. He follows up Steven's 20 bomb, and just like that, 30 members gifted between the two of them. You guys are doing some heavy lifting today. Corey, really appreciate that, man.
Kept you waiting, huh?
No, hey, 10 memberships is a lot, bro. Any membership gifting you guys do, any donations you do, it all means a lot, man. It's all greatly appreciated. So, Corey, I'll give you that, and
dangerous to rely
throw
on
Mark Cerny in there.
as an absolute indicator.
Gotta start
of
using Mark
performance.
Cerny more often, you know? I gotta get some other Mark Cerny quotes. The only reason I haven't yet is because I'm waiting to see if he talks again this year, so I can have some updated quotes from Mark Cerny. But yeah, that brings us up to 41 members. So we're just 9 away, guys, from hitting a second goal. I don't know if I can do reps, by the way, at least not today. My spleen seems to be a little bit swollen. It's nothing serious. It happens sometimes. It happens sometimes because when I was in middle school, I got mono and Epstein-Barr virus, and it was a whole thing. Yeah, my spleen is swollen, bro. I know it sounds my spleen. But I got, that's what I caught back when I was a teenager, and I was told, I'll have Prince G's like, you need more fiber, bro. You're probably not wrong, though. I don't know why that's so funny. Swollen spleen, more fiber. That's what'll do it. That's what'll take care of you, man. Rudy's like, it happens sometimes. And we got Matt Fu coming in as I'm talking about my swollen spleen. Matt Foo's like, yo, this topic about the swollen spleen, it's doing it for me. Let's go. I'm dropping a 10 bomb. Dropping a 10 bomb. Matt Foo, thank you so much, man. Thank you for consistently dropping membership gifts here for the community. And Hellbound 1981 drops another 5 for you guys. And just like that, you guys brought us up to 56 members. We are at 56 members. You guys are doing it. You guys are going big today. Thank you so much for that, Hellbound. And thank you, Matt. Between the two of you, that's 15 memberships gifted, 2 goals annihilated. And what that also ensures is that while I can't do any reps for you today, I assure you I have something. I think it's fun. Look, I think it's funny, and it's something we can continue to use on the channel going forward. And, not all the time, but I just picked it up today, or Mrs. MBG ordered it today. And Corey drops another 5. Corey said, I couldn't do a 20, just a 10er, and then drops another 5 anyway. Corey, thank you so much, man. 61 members. You guys destroyed it. Check it out. Here we go. You're saying eat a cat treat? No, I'm not eating a cat treat. Here's what I can do, though. This is going to be... Listen, I just want to apologize right now, because I know there's going to be people subscribed to the channel that are going to click on the stream today and be like, bro, I clicked on this to hear about the PS5 Pro, and the stream basically turned into you talking about why your spleen is swollen and your cat. And I apologize. Look, I promise they're not all going to be like this. I'm trying my best. There's no news. I'm trying, bro. I'm trying. But here we go. I'm not licking the cat treats. Let me update the goal, and I'll show you what it is. All right. You know what? I got to get Leia in here, though. Let me update the goal. I'm going to just bring Leia in real quick. And the only reason I'm doing it now, the only reason I'm doing it now is because I don't want to make you guys wait till the end of the stream, because I know that some of you are going to have to go. For those of you who dropped membership gifts, I just want to make sure you can see what it is I'm talking about. All right. Does Leia eat the treats? She doesn't, for some reason. I don't know why she doesn't. Titus says, have we ever stuck to a topic list ever? There have been on rare occasions, yes. On rare occasions, there have been streams where we've just totally stuck to the topic list. Matt Fu comes in, or sorry, Drive By Joe comes in and actually thanks Matt Fu. He says, thank you, Matt Fu, for the membership. Well, there you go, Matt. See, the community is always appreciative for what you guys do. And Drive By Joe actually drops a membership himself. You love to see it, man. You love to see. That's what I love to see. Drive By Joe, feeling inspired, paying it forward. He gifts AJSB. Good stuff, man. All right, guys, I'm going to walk away for just a second so I can get Leia, because I don't know how Boss is going to react to what I have, but I know for a fact Leia will react to it. Okay, this is where Boss is more of the treat guy. So give me just a moment. Okay, I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry that took so long. I didn't think it would be that difficult to find Leia. She was hiding, and she's a little freaked out because my son is screaming. My son got very upset for some reason, and it scared the shit out of Leia. So Leia's a little bit spooked. I'm gonna give the cats just a moment to chill out. I literally tried to like pick her up to bring her in the room, and she just flew, dude. She flew. PlayStation on life support? You're saying PlayStation's on life support? Is PlayStation on life support? No. Not at all, dude. I don't think so. All right. So we're at 62 members. We have King Sam coming in saying, super hyped for the Final Fantasy 16 DLC. Unsure if I'm going to be getting Stellar Blade. Going to try the demo. What's your game of the year so far, MBG? I'd say FF7 Rebirth. King Sam, you're saying yours is FF7 Rebirth. Shit, I don't know, man. I know this sounds crazy to some people, but right now it might be Rise of the Ronin because of how much enjoyment I've been getting out of it. The thing with FF7 Rebirth is I can't definitively say. I haven't finished it yet, so I can't really say. But I don't want to call it yet, though, you know? I don't want to call it yet, but am I excited for Stellar? Yeah, I'm excited for Stellar Blade. I could see Stellar Blade being like a game of the year contender for me. Am I getting the Final Fantasy 16 DLC? I don't know yet. I might. I really did like Final Fantasy 16, but I'm still a little torn on it. But yeah, man, I'm gonna give you. I'm not gonna talk about Game of the Year until end of the year, just because it's like, dude, I feel like this year's been a little weird, just a little weird, you know. I don't know. Helldivers 2. To be honest, Helldivers 2 could be my game of the year. It's hard to say because I did put a lot of time into Helldivers 2, and that really, I don't know, man. I had a great time with it. It feels weird since it's multiplayer only, you know? But all right, here we go. So I've been making you guys wait. Here's what I got. Okay. What do you think this is? I'm curious if anybody... There has to be somebody who knows what this is. I mean, obviously, looks like a mouse. Space Gambler says, it's a mouse, bro. All right, let's see. I'm curious to see. Hold on. It's a mouse laser pointer, bro. Yo, I'm shocked Boss is actually going for it. He never used to care about laser pointers. Leia's the one that really likes them. You're saying all cats do that? No, I know that's a like pretty much all cats react to it, but the way Boss used to react to lasers is he would just like show interest for a moment and then walk away and be like, I don't care what this is. Now he's on the, maybe it's all the energy from the snacks. This is what my show is now, guys. It's just me. Damn, dude, Leia's gonna scratch up the door. So I can't do reps for you guys, but use a laser pointer for the cats. I've never seen a dog chase a laser pointer. That I've never seen. I don't think I have. I brush my cats while blasting metal. Nick Taylor is saying this is boring. Well, hey, man. It's not my fault that my audience loves Boss and Leia. But look, to be clear, I don't plan to do that all the time. It'll just be a little thing we do towards like the end of the streams when we hit member goals. But I just wanted to do it now because I teased you guys in the beginning and I said if we hit a certain member goal, and so I didn't want to keep anybody waiting on that. But yeah, that's a little something we can add into the rotation with the snacks when we hit certain member goals towards the end of the streams. We just have a little fun with Boss and Leia. Yeah, I'm going to shine the laser right on my TV. Be careful with my spleen. Yeah, I don't want to shine the laser on my spleen. Cats might attack it. Did you ever hear what happens when you injure your spleen? Bleeds like a son of a bitch. All right, we will get back on topic here, though. Apologies to anybody who tuned in thinking we were going to actually be talking about the PS5 Pro. Shout out to Devil Shooter. Early shout out here because I know Devil Shooter's doing the timestamps. He will surely timestamp when this segment ends. How it feels to chew 5 gum, swollen spleen. Yeah, but just to let you guys know what I was saying about that. What I found out when I got sick with mono and Epstein-Barr when I was a teenager is that it's a virus that pretty much stays in your system for the rest of your life, and it usually just remains dormant. But sometimes when you get sick with different stuff, it can kind of reactivate it, and you can have a lot of the same symptoms as when you have like mono or it sucks. And one of those symptoms is your spleen swelling. Not to a severe degree, but it basically means you have to take it easy. And you can't really do any like heavy lifting or anything like that. So honestly, for the remainder of this week, I probably can't do any lifting just to play it safe. Is mono, you're saying, isn't that from kissing? Maybe. Maybe not. But all right. Let's take it all back now. We're going to be going back to, well, actually, that was the end of the article. I have one more write-up here for the PlayStation 5 Pro that I want to talk to you guys about. And then after that, I just want to talk more in depth about, again, expectations for the PS5 Pro, but also just talk about gaming in general. Thank you, Prince G. I appreciate that. I will keep that in mind. All right, so I have a write-up here where it says PlayStation 5 Pro is needed for advancing visuals and performance, as there's no untapped PS5 potential due to homogenized CPU-GPU design. Now, this conversation I think might be a little bit divisive, but essentially what I'm going to be going over here is it's basically saying that the PS5 Pro, or sorry, the base PS5 is already tapped out. That's basically what it's saying. So it says, while many are voicing their doubts regarding the need for a PlayStation 5 Pro, the console is somewhat needed to push visuals and performance forward for current generation games, as the PlayStation 5 is having some sort of untapped potential is just internet myth. Speaking on X/Twitter, well-known AMD leaker Kepler commented on the yet-to-be-revealed mid-gen hardware from Sony and the untapped potential of the base model, saying that this isn't the 90s or the 2000s anymore, when console hardware was esoteric like the Nintendo 64 and the PlayStation 3. Over the past few decades, hardware vendors have somewhat homogenized the design of their products, converging on similar designs that barely have any difference. According to Kepler, there's very little difference between modern CPUs from Intel and AMD and GPUs from NVIDIA and AMD. And any optimization done for one vendor essentially applies to all. At the same time, tools used by developers have improved massively over the years and can extract most potential performance with ease. The days of to-the-metal optimization are long gone because it's largely unnecessary nowadays. So there's really no untapped potential for the current generation consoles, making the PS5 Pro somewhat of a necessity to bring visuals and performance forward in the console space. To see a real jump in visual fidelity, however, the next generation of consoles will be needed, as the PlayStation 5 Pro will not be a massive leap over the base model. Still, the improved GPU, better ray tracing, and the PlayStation Spectral Super Resolution upscaler should provide a nice boost that will tide over console players until the release of the PlayStation 6. Well, we still don't know when the console will be released. It shouldn't be too far off in the future. And so, yeah, what do you guys make of this? Do you think this Kepler individual, who is a very well-known AMD insider and, is very much involved with what's going on that side of the equation, what do you think about what they're saying here? To me, the major call out is them saying that there is no untapped potential in the PS5 right now. Majestic boss. Do you guys, I feel like that has to be, well, maybe it's a little bit of a misunderstanding, right? Because maybe it's not that the PS5 doesn't have any more untapped potential in general, but in terms of graphics and performance specifically. And to be fair, that's kind of what they're talking about. In terms of how good a game can look graphically and performance, yeah, we pretty much maybe seen the upper limits of that. But this kind of brings me back to what Mark Cerny said about the PS5, about the design philosophy, about how Mark Cerny wants to allow for game designers to potentially design their games in different ways. And he said that was the dream, by the way. And I think not enough people realize that if you go back and you actually listen to what Mark Cerny said, Mark Cerny didn't say this will happen. He said this is the dream. This is what he hopes will happen. This is what he is hoping developers will be able to strive for. And he said in the future, we'll be able to see if that, happens or not. And if the dream is realized or not. And as of right now, to be brutally honest, it seems like the dream has mostly been unrealized, in that I don't think we've seen any major, massive developmental shifts, in the way that I guess we interpreted Mark Cerny's dream of how it would look. I think that, again, the closest thing we've gotten to that is something even still now like Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, right? With the instant teleportation and stuff like that. But generally speaking, it seems like game design has remained largely the same. And maybe we will see some PlayStation first-party studios games they've been working on for the past 4 years. Maybe we'll see it in the coming years. But I do believe this, honestly. I do. I do think that we have seen... Again, I think about a game like Death Stranding 2. I was just looking at screenshots again of Death Stranding 2. And I'm like, this has to be the limit. Or very, very close to it with how good a game can look on the PS5. Because this looks insane. It does. It looks... It looks like a CGI movie practically. It looks better than CGI in some instances. And so, hearing this individual come out and just straight up say, yeah, there's really not much else that can be extracted from the PS5. If you want even better visuals and even better performance, and especially if you want those two things together, the PS5 Pro is going to be necessary. And we'll go back to what I was asked earlier. Do I think GTA 6 is going to hit 60 FPS on the PS5 Pro? I want to say... yeah, because if GTA 6 doesn't hit 60 FPS on the PS5 Pro, I think a lot of people are going to feel very down about the PS5 Pro. But if GTA 6 doesn't hit 60 FPS on the PS5 Pro, then that means this game that Rockstar has been working on for well over a decade is doing things that we've literally never seen before. We have Kazjam, a member for 11 months, saying here, after 4 years, Rift Apart and Horizon Forbidden West is still blowing everything else out of the water. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Mark Cerny, he also said that the main design philosophy of the PS5 was to make it as easy to develop for as possible. And then you take really talented, seasoned development teams like Insomniac Games, like Horizon Forbidden, or not Horizon, like Guerrilla Games. And is it inconceivable to imagine that they have already tapped out this console? Maybe not. Maybe not. And so I don't know, that maybe this is another reason why in the past we've heard that, console generations are going to shrink, like they're going to shorten, because, development for these consoles is going to get easier and easier. Developers are going to get better and better. And I mean, it's ironic because we also just got done talking about how there's so many games that are still unoptimized. I don't think that's due to the hardware. I think that's more of just a developmental side of things and a publisher side kind of putting excess stress, on on the development teams, basically saying like you guys got to get this game out the door. Chris Brown, you're saying Blizzard dev confirmed they scrapped ideas because of the PS4. When did they confirm this, Chris? Like, are you talking about like I'm assuming, because you're being very vague here, and I guess that's because it's limited with the $2 super chat. But are you referring to like because of cross-gen development? Like Blizzard had to scrap certain ideas because of the cross-gen support and how it's lasted for quite some time? Just the other day. Yeah, Chris, I'll try to read what you're saying. You don't have to super chat it. You can if you want, but if you try to give me some more context and info about it in the chat here, I'll try to read it. Well, let me ask you guys this. If the PS5's, do you think we did let me ask you, do you think we did overhype? Do you think I want to say I, because it's not like I was the only person, but do you think we overhyped the PS5 in terms of what it was going to do for games? Oh, hold on. Ugh. Lore Cannon says yes. Gaming Survivor says no. IP Gaming says yes, slightly. The dude says no because the marketing said it would. Well, see, I feel like this is kind of a tough situation because it seems like it really does depend on who you ask, right? Because I'm seeing so many different responses right now where a lot of people are saying yes, a lot of people are saying no. Chris Brown says, read my chat. I explained the quote. Sorry, Chris. Thank you for notifying me. You're saying they said, this is in regards to what the Blizzard dev said. They said when it comes to new games or expansions, when they come up with new good ideas that pushes the game forward, they scrap it because it won't work on last gen. That's actually very depressing to think about. You know what? That's what's so weird to me about these conversations is that you have to imagine that exact scenario has occurred over and over again for the past 4 years, right? So much cross-gen. And granted, I can understand why cross-gen happened the way it did this generation because of the pandemic and the shortage and whatnot. I get it. I can understand that. But I just hope next generation is different, man. Like, I hope next gen, we actually move on to next gen very quickly so we can really start to... Because this industry is starting to stagnate, dude. It is. It really is. This is why I'm not opposed to the PS5 Pro. And this is why I know people get very annoyed if I mention the PlayStation 6, and I understand why. But I guess all I can say is that I just hope the next generation. I'm not saying I've given up on the PS5 generation, because I haven't. It's just I just understand that things were always going to be different this generation because of the way these console launches happened. I accept that. I understand that it was just, things did not go as planned or as smoothly as they should have. And my hope is that with the PlayStation 6, I just want to see a very quick uptake of we're moving forward. We are moving forward now. You know what I mean? Blame the Series S, not the PS5. Yeah, that didn't help anything. The Series, I can rationalize why Microsoft went with the Series S, because they were like, look, we got to try to sell. This is our best chance at being number one. I understand that because, hey, it's a cheap next-gen console. $200 cheaper than the competition. I see the appeal, but I don't think it helped anything. You know what I'm really wondering? To think about the Microsoft side for a second. Where would Xbox Series console sales be right now without the Series S? Has anybody thought of that? If the Series S didn't exist, where would the Series X console sales be? I feel like they would be not doing good at all. You think less than 20 million? I think you might be right, dude. 17 million? Yeah, that sounds. Yeah, I mean that sounds very possible. Or I don't know, man. You also have to consider maybe how many Series S buyers would have, if the X was the only option, they just would have went with that anyway. Maybe Microsoft should have just did what Sony did and offered a discless digital only Series X for $400. Maybe they should have just done that. That probably would have been the better way to go. Because I do think the Series S is proving to be a bit of a thorn in Microsoft's side. The Series Soup Edition. I don't think I've ever heard that one before. We have AZN Panda 510X saying PS5 Spider-Man 2 Fast Travel is already next gen. I agree. I feel, yeah, it's very impressive. I will say, when I look at Spider-Man 2, to me, that game is probably the closest. That and Horizon Forbidden West, specifically, like when you look at the like the DLC, right? I think these are the two examples of, okay, like how much further can it really go without introducing new hardware? By the way, guys, do me a favor, hit that like button for me. We're sitting at almost 180 likes. We have almost 400 people here. Let's see if we can hit 200 likes. I'd really very much appreciate that. Boss, come over here, bro. I can't read the chat. But yeah, I think about Spider-Man 2 on the base PS5, and I think it's doing everything, Lore Cannon, you're saying it's been done before MBG. I mean, well, can you tell me when and like which game? I'm not saying it hasn't. I just don't know which game has done that. Because maybe you're right. Do you think maybe we just need to alter our expectations of what next gen means anymore? Because sometimes I think about that. I think maybe we just have to start altering our expectations of what next gen actually means. I feel like my cup is leaking here, man. Oh, shit. Sorry. I just got a big here. I hope that's not leaking. You think Demon Souls is next gen? Demon Souls definitely looks very next gen, like, or current gen, I guess you could say. Chad A. Member for 10 months says, with current era consoles, it's easier to get results you want for graphical fidelity. Sony's design was more focused on gameplay innovation, not graphics. Yeah, I think that's a more eloquent way of putting it. I think that's what I was trying to say, Chad. And I think that's what I appreciate about Mark Cerny and and what he tried to bring to the table with the PS5. And I feel like a lot of people at the time of the launch of the PS5 appreciated what Mark Cerny was trying to do with the PS5. But I think as the years went on and cross-gen lingered and, all the things that happened in the past 2 years in 2023 and now in 2024 with the layoffs and the industry kind of shrinking or correcting itself, I think this really just kind of left a sour taste in people's mouths, kind of feeling like they were lied to or misled or, like this generation just isn't turning out at all the way that they thought. And I get that. I do. Like I can understand again why people feel that way. And I don't think it's that Sony or Mark Cerny or anybody lied. I think it's just that like, well, these companies, they try to strive for certain innovations and they come up with these ideas. And again, it's like a dream of like, let's try to achieve this. But there's no guarantee that you will. And we still don't, to be fair, like we still have at least 4 years of the PS5, which is a lot. That's almost half a decade. So there's still a lot of time to see maybe, again, I want to say, like you're saying, I don't think it's about tapping into better performance from the PS5 or better looking graphics from the PS5. I think it's going to be about doing different things with game design with the PS5. At least that's the hope. Yeah, that's true, Chris. I feel like that's something that, it's easy to forget about, but yeah, I'm in agreement. I still very much appreciate the fact that my PS5 is dead silent. Completely silent. The PS4 Pro was a nightmare. Louder than a freaking air conditioner, dude. It's still, and you know what? My PS5, launch model PS5, still completely silent. Completely silent. Doesn't make any sound. All right. No more after that, boss. Lest you get sick. Titus Crow, you're saying in response to the dude, you're saying, yeah, the developers' ways of making games right now is getting upgraded 500% since about 2 to 3 years ago. Assets can be created now. They don't need to get photographed and fixed in Blender. Leo, you're saying you used to have to wear headphones just to play your PS4 because it was so loud. Dude, it was insane how loud the PS4 Pro would get. Like it was like unacceptably loud. Remember the delay culture of 2021 to 2023? Yeah, true. It's easy to forget about that, but games were getting delayed left and right. And now we just don't have any games. Now there's just no games. If you don't announce your game, they can't get delayed. I mean, it's pretty much true though, right? Maybe it's better off that way. Publishers are afraid to announce their games now, dude. I mean, look, getting back to the PS5 Pro conversation, I want this console to do more than what people are expecting. And I want to make it clear, I'm not when I say I want it to do more than what most people are expecting, I don't mean it's going to just. I don't want to overhype it, and I don't want people to feel or fall for the overhype, right? Because there's nothing, in my opinion, there's nothing to overhype here. The reality is right now we are getting some very good, we have gotten, and we are still getting some very good looking games this generation. Of course, some of them look significantly better than others, and some of them perform significantly better than others. But it would be nice, and I know that some people are not going to like this, specifically people who, feel like this is what we should have gotten with the PS4. And again, I understand that. But it would be nice if the PS5 Pro can, keyword being easily, allow developers to deliver what it is that people honestly maybe expected this entire generation. Again, that's not to say that you can't expect that with the base PS5. I think you still can, but I think that's kind of my hope at this point with the PS5 Pro, where it's like, if the best we can get with a base PS5 is something like Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart or Horizon Forbidden West or even like Spider-Man 2, I'm cool with that. Those are all very impressive games, But if it's really going to take a PS5 Pro to deliver a game like, let's say, Spider-Man 2 at closer to native 4K at 60 FPS with a significant increase in ray tracing, is that what some of us were expecting at the start of this generation? I think so. Yes. Was it a little bit unrealistic? Probably. Yes. Would it be nice to still get that, even if it comes in the form of a mid-gen refresh? In my opinion, yes. Because I don't know. I think there's just some unrest out there, man. Just generally speaking, in the video game industry. I just feel like it has become very common to just see people complaining about literally everything. Even if something's good or just okay, people talk about it like it's just like devastatingly disappointing and underwhelming and a failure. And I think that has perpetuated quite a bit, specifically the past year. And I don't want to say people are like underappreciative, because I don't think it's that. I just think that there's too much. I think it's just a situation where when one thing really lets you down, there are certain people that I think kind of echo this sentiment that, well, then that means everything's going to let you down. It's like, well, not necessarily. We have Sean Mitchell here with a super chat saying, have you seen Ubisoft is under more scrutiny for locking a day one mission behind the season pass of Outlaws? About $30 for a mission that's day one. Their business model is by far the worst. It's interesting that you mentioned this, Sean, because I did see a couple of write-ups about this, but I didn't actually look into it. And that is, wow, man. Like, what are they doing? That has to be by far the worst model I've heard of, because a single mission isn't like it's like the Jabba the Hutt mission. So they're banking. So they're creating a mission that is putting emphasis on the nostalgia by featuring Jabba the Hutt, and they're deciding that we're gonna leverage that to try to get people to pay. You're saying about $30 for, is it the gold version of the game? Like, I think I read it was like $110. That's insane. That's insanity. I'm not sure. This is why it becomes hard for me to push back, if not push back, but I guess a better way of putting it is this is why I can understand people's rage and frustration, because that is depressing, man. And I get it. Like it's very easy, and this is how this is what I'm ultimately going to do. It's very easy to just say, whatever. It's one mission. I don't care. I'm not paying for it. I'm just going to enjoy the game for what it is and everything that's in it. And if I lose out on one mission because I'm not willing to pay an extra $30, then so be it. And I get that, because that's ultimately what I'm like. Well, I don't even know if I'm going to play the game, but that's what I would do, where it's just like, yeah, I'm not like, if Sony did something like that, well, depending on the game, I don't know. I'd have to really think hard about, am I about to buy a $110 version of, like, if they did that for like Wolverine, like, I'll tell you right now, well, okay, maybe that's unfair, because if Wolverine has like a collector's edition and there's a cool statue, I might just go for that. But I don't know. It's just like an upcoming Sony game where they're like, you want this extra bonus mission and a bunch of other digital stuff. Well, hold on 1 second though. Hold on. I gotta ask this question before I say this. When you buy the gold, I think it's the gold edition. It's like $110, I think. Does that version come with the season pass? Let me check. I don't know why I should just look this up. Sometimes I forget that I'm using a computer. Let me see. What versions do they have here? The gold edition. So for the gold edition, you get the base game, you get the pre-order bonus. What is the pre-order bonus? You get a cosmetic pack for your speeder, cosmetic for the Trailblazer spaceship. You get 3 days early access. That is also such shitty incentive, dude. Early access for 3 days, like, I hate that. That almost feels insulting to me. Like, why are you why are you listing that as like, I paid for this? I hate that, man. Like, that is a shitty trend as well. That's got to go. The season pass. Okay. The season pass is where this says 2 DLCs that will release after launch. Keep exploring the world of Star Wars Outlaws with all new stories, quests, and areas to discover. But you also get access to Jabba's Gambit, exclusive mission available at launch. Yeah, that's shitty. See, this is what I don't like, man. It reeks of desperation. Is what to me, that's the problem here. Listen, if you want to sell me a season pass for your single player game, that's fine. I have no as long as the single player based game has more than enough content to justify a $70 price tag, and you want to sell me a season pass, whether that be for $30 or $40, but it's going to ultimately be worth that value, right? It's going to be worth that money. That's fine. New stories, new quests, new single player content, that's all fine, well, and good. But the fact that they need to take this mission that's clearly done and remove it from the base game as an incentive to buy the season pass, that is shitty. Like, that is ultra shitty, dude. That mission, straight up, should either be in the base game, or better yet, if you don't want to put it in the base game, don't tell anybody about it and make that a mission that's part of the season pass. It should. That's fucking day one DLC is basically what that is. That's basically what that is right there, dude. That's day one DLC, exclusive mission available at launch. That's why you would buy the season, because that's my whole thing, right? Is I say my answer to this is just wait to buy the season pass. Why would you buy the season pass if the content isn't available yet and you don't know when it's going to be available? Oh, well, buy it for the single day one mission. Buy it for the day one DLC. So it's such a shitty model, dude. It's an exploitative model, and I'm not a fan of it. I don't understand why these video game publishers have to act like they have to nickel and dime us and twist our arm. Like, just make a fucking product and sell it. That's all that this should be. The way that this should read is, I'm looking at the standard edition, base game pre-order bonus. Great. No problems there. $70. That's the version I would buy if I'm going to buy it. But then when I see all this extra bullshit, gold edition, like, even here, like, I don't have a problem with the season pass. The season pass is fine. I just don't like this idea that it's like, but we need to fucking put day one DLC in there too. Come on, man. These practices feel so archaic at this point. And the 3 days early access, what is up with this, dude? What is up with this early access bullshit? For 3 days. For not even a week. 3 days. I mean, look, I get it, man. If Sony were to be like, hey, you want to play Wolverine 3 days early? Yeah, I get it. Like, you're twisting my arm. Like, you're going to make me want to jump on that shit and be like, yes, I want to play it 3 days early. Yes, I'll pay to play it 3 days early. But it's fucking stupid. Like, there's a part of me that just wants to say, no, screw you. I'm just going to wait. I'm not paying you money to play it early. I'll play it when it's out. It just feels so unnecessarily... It just feels like unnecessary exploitation. They did the same thing with the Avatar game. You know what I don't like about it is, dude, I'm sorry. Look, and this is no offense. This is no offense to anybody. I'm just speaking for myself. I would struggle to pay for something like that and feel like it's okay, because I would feel shitty about myself 3 days later. Those 3 days would go by and I would realize, man, I could have just waited. You know what I mean? Like, not much has changed in those 3 days. And this game is good, but it's not like that good that I needed to really do this. And that is what kind of, yeah, it's, I don't know. Sorry, Josh. I almost missed your super chat here. Josh comes in and says, it's kind of crazy how out of touch Microsoft is with gamers. Hellblade 2 revealed alongside the Xbox Series X, and it's definitely not that system seller must-play game. Same with Redfall being that one more thing announcement. I don't know. Yeah, well, here's the thing about it, because you're not wrong, Josh. You're absolutely right. I don't think it's so much... I mean, Microsoft is probably out of touch, certainly. You know, yeah, I'm not going to say probably. Microsoft is certainly out of touch to a certain extent. But I just think I think Microsoft is almost like cursed or something, man. Where, like, I don't even think I could blame them for thinking that Hellblade is going to be like, yeah, this is it, baby. Like, this is going to be our single player system seller, just like Sony has. And then you flash forward like nearly 4 years later, and it's like, actually, it's kind of the same thing that the first game was, just much, much, much prettier. It's 8 hours. It's kind of like what Sony did with the Order 1886. And you're Microsoft, you're probably like, oh. And yeah, the Redfall situation, I'll tell you what that is to me. The Redfall situation, that is Microsoft being out of touch with their own development teams. And I say this because I don't think Microsoft had any idea what the fuck was going on with with Redfall. I think Microsoft may have found out with the rest of us, because they bought them, and I think Microsoft was terrified to even attempt to go hands-on with any of the studios that they just bought from Bethesda, out of fear of backlash, out of fear of upsetting the leadership of Bethesda. And they did. Pete Hines left Bethesda. And it's very obvious. Go read the emails. Pete Hines left because he said, fuck Microsoft, dude. Fuck these guys. I'm out. That is clear as day. And it's just like, I'm pretty sure with a game like Redfall, Microsoft just had no idea. Yeah, that to me is interesting. If the developers wanted to cancel Redfall, like the developers knew, like this is a shit show, this is a bad idea, but Microsoft, if you're in like Phil Spencer's position, you're probably like, listen, guys, I just convinced Microsoft to buy you for $7.5 billion. Like, we got to ship, like we have no games for the first 6 months. No, for the first 9 months. We have no games for the first 9 months. After going a year with no games, we need to shit. Like, I'm telling you, Redfall was, it was a pick your poison situation. Let me take back what I said. I think Microsoft knew about Redfall. They probably did know, but they just felt like, look, it's either we go nearly 2 years with nothing, or we fucking throw this game out there and pray to God it's not as bad as we think it is. And it was as bad as they thought it was, dude. Like that's very much like, to me, that is the equivalent of, all right, we got to throw this Hail Mary pass, but instead, like, the fucking QB gets sacked and he fumbles it, and then the other team actually picks up the ball and scores a touchdown. So it's like, you could have just lost, by just being outscored, by just lose the game. It's fine. It's over. But they had to lose it in the most embarrassing way possible, where it's like, okay, like you should have just taken a knee, bro. That's kind of my view of the situation with Redfall, looking back on it, because that was so weird. And I forgot, you know what? Oh my God, that makes it even crazier that you Josh, you mentioned that Redfall was the one more thing moment. You're right. And I remember everybody was acting hyped about it. And I was just like, bro, listen, I'm not trying to hate. And because you know how it is. Anytime MBG is skeptical of Microsoft, he's just hating. And that's fine. My son is losing his mind out there for some reason. He's like, why are you talking about Redfall? But dude, I remember watching that trailer and I was trying so hard not to just be like, guys, like, what the fuck is this? Because people were so happy about it. And I'm like, look, man, it's just a CG trailer. Like, I said to people that I had to wait to see the game. And to be fair though, like, when we did see gameplay trailers of Redfall, I actually did start to think like, oh, okay, this might be good. Like, and the big allure for me was because I'm a big Left 4 Dead fan. And when they first started actually showing gameplay, I was like, you know what? Maybe this could be like a Left 4 Dead with vampires. I'm like, that could be cool. And then I started hearing people saying that, like, no, this is nothing like Left 4 Dead. Or I think it was even the developers. They were like, oh, no, this isn't like Left 4 Dead. It's like its own thing. And I'm like, well, then what is it? And then it's like there was just all these random games being thrown out there. It's like, it's a little bit of this, it's a little bit of that, it's a little bit of this and that. I'm like, okay. And then once the previews came out, that's when I was like, okay, this is not good. And yeah, it was so funny, dude, because even though it's only been like a year, I will never forget when I don't know who it was at IGN. I think it doesn't matter now, but I remember the IGN gameplay of Redfall came out, and people were so desperate for Redfall to not be total and utter shit that they were like, whoever's playing this game at the preview event doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. They're shitty. They don't know how to play games. And I remember like there was all this controversy around it where it's like, IGN, they're hiring people that don't know how to play. And it's like, no, it turns out that it wasn't the person playing the game. That's the game, dude. I mean, don't get me wrong. The IGN gameplay probably could have been better, but it's like, that's the game. Like, it looks that way because it looks like it plays that way because that's how it actually plays. IP Gaming says, let's not forget MBG. Those games had PS5 versions of development. They had the scrap. Starfield was supposed to come to PS5. Yeah, that's true. I think Starfield, again, I still think it's going to come to PS5. You know what would be batshit insane about Starfield coming, if it does come to PS5? You know what would be batshit insane? And I would be so curious if we were to find this out, is if because there was a PS5 version in development for years, and supposedly Microsoft had them scrap it. Surely they still have that, right? Like, when we use the word scrap or like cancel, like they didn't just like literally delete it. They just left it be, right? Because I'm almost thinking, like, what if they did have them deleted? They're like, no, delete that shit. It's over. You're not making games for PS5 anymore. No, that would be too stupid. They, like, Microsoft had to have known. Yeah, I was going to say, that would be totally, by scrapped, incomplete build. Okay. Could you just imagine if it was like, no, we just literally deleted the PS5 version. We have to start all over again. I guess that doesn't even really make sense because the game is finished, you know? But yeah, that Redfall scenario, I gotta admit, like, I've been following Microsoft, a long time. I've been following Xbox for a long time. Like that, I think that may have been I think, the craziest thing I've seen. And I think what made it so crazy is again, it's just the fact that, like, Microsoft went a year and a half without any games, dude. And so much was riding on that one game. And it was as disastrous as it gets. It would be like if Sony went a whole year without a first party game, a year and a half, until, let's say, like, Sony doesn't drop a single first party game until May of 2025, and it's just a fucking train wreck. That's like, let's say they don't drop Concord until May 2025, and Concord is just a horrible, bad game, just a mess of a game. It'd be like, oh my god, dude. Oh my god, what are you doing? I almost felt kind of bad for them, man. But so, Josh, thank you for taking me for that walk down memory lane. We have Pragmatic Cat here, member for 26 months, saying Sony gets flack for having too many third-person games, but for serious sims, it's better because it gives you a wider field of view. That's why I play Gran Turismo in third-person view. I've always been more of a fan of, when I rarely play racing games, but when I do, I've always been more of a fan of third-person. And Pragmatic Cat, you're also saying here, F Call of Duty, F Battlefield, give me Metal Gear, SOCOM, and Fizzin'. I agree. Well, I mean, I do still like Call of Duty and Battlefield. I haven't liked them in recent years, but, like, I've spent so many years playing Call of Duty and Battlefield, like, I will always root for them to be better, especially these days. But it makes me sad that, like, there's just not enough room for, apparently, for games like SOCOM. But I think Konami is really fucking up in this day and age, where it's like, look, I'm just saying Konami basically tried to make a live service Metal Gear game with Metal Gear Online 2 and 3, and they failed. And I'm just thinking, like, you do have something there. Like, you could make a really solid multiplayer Metal Gear game that you could run for years. It's just something you could do. And they're just like, how about we do nothing? It's like, oh, okay. Well, they're not doing nothing. We'll just do a remake. It's like, all right, I'm cool. That's fine. Fizzant. Oh, man. What is Fizzant going to be? What is Fizzant going to be? I've been watching some videos about Metal Gear lately. Some kind of retrospective Metal Gear videos. Seeing some behind the scenes of Kojima Productions and the creation of these games. And, like, yeah, man. Can't wait to see Fizzant. It's going to be a long time. Thank you for that, Pragmatic Cat. We also have Angry Whale Watcher, member for 11 months, saying, I'm 50% done with FF7 Rebirth, and it's delivering on the nostalgia. Yuffie really evolved from being missable, A+ cast, A+ turned based hybrid combat. GOAT. Yeah, I want to say this real quick. Angry Whale Watcher, it's deviating a little bit from what you're saying here. I'm happy to hear that you're enjoying the game so much, But on the last stream, I talked a little bit about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth sales, and I got more flack for my take on the sales situation with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth than I expected. It's weird because I think some people were thinking that I was like defending it. Which, I mean, maybe it came off like I was defending it, but I really wasn't trying. Like, I want to make it clear because I know that people sometimes miss the things I say. I know how it is when somebody like me and anybody out there, when you listen to people talk a lot, there's a lot of stuff that people say that like 80% of it, or maybe 75% of it, it just kind of, you're just kind of half paying attention to. And you're not really, like, nothing I'm saying maybe really sticks out to you. But then I say something about, like, one thing in particular that you jump on. Like, it's really, I caught what he said here. And I'm really honing in on what you're saying here. And I get that happens all the time. And so I just want to make it clear once again, because I have said this in the past, and it's certainly worth reiterating here, just as an effort to make it known that I'm not trying to come to Final Fantasy VII Rebirth's defense. It does sound to me like it's having a problem with sales, right? Like I don't feel confident in definitively saying it's a failure, because I don't know that. I don't know what Square's expectations are. If I knew what their expectations were, it would be easy for me to determine whether or not it sounds like it's definitely a failure or not. I'm leaning more towards the side of, if the sales don't pick up soon, it could be a failure in their eyes. Like, it could really, be like a holy shit, like, we really underperformed here and we're feeling it. But I just want to say one more time, and I will continue to say this, that, dude, I would have zero problem if tomorrow Sony came out, Hiroki Totoki came out and said, I want to announce we have ended our partnership with Square Enix on Final Fantasy exclusivity. And then Square Enix announces Final Fantasy will be releasing on literally everything going forward. Well, I don't know why I said literally everything, just like multi-platform. I would have no problem with that, dude. Like, I really would have, at this point in time, like, I'm almost at a point where it's like, listen, if the sales are struggling, yeah, it's cool, man. Like, I'm not, it's nice to have exclusives, but if you need more sales, go put it out there. That's not going to hurt me. I'll be okay. It doesn't mean that I don't think exclusivity plays a role. I still think exclusivity will always play a role, but I'm just saying, it's like in circumstances like this, where this isn't a Sony game. Sony didn't make this game. They don't own the IP. And if they're coming out here and their game's struggling sales-wise, it's like, listen, I'm not advocating for a game to fail. I'm not. Like, there's a difference between how I feel about Helldivers and Final Fantasy, right? Because Helldivers, Sony owns that IP, and the game is doing incredibly well sales-wise. So if Sony basically says, like, we don't need to put it on Xbox, so we won't. Okay, like, I get it. It makes sense. Use it to your advantage, right? But in the case of like Final Fantasy, it was like, if it's struggling, yeah, I'm not. Again, the game is apparently exclusive to PS5 until May, which is actually, it's freaking next month. So I wouldn't be surprised if Square's like, come on, we gotta announce this game for PC right now, like we do, because the game does deserve to succeed. I don't think it deserves to fail. It makes me kind of sad in a way. Like, from what I played of Rebirth, I don't think it's a perfect game. I don't. But it does a lot of things really, really well. And a lot of heart went into it. A lot of passion went into it. And that's very easily detectable. And I don't want to see a game like that. I don't want to find out a year from now. It's like, yeah, that game fucking tanked, dude. You know what I mean? Like, that sucks. Same thing, same thing with Final Fantasy 16. Like, dude, Final Fantasy 16 should be everywhere at this point that it can be. Because it's like, I get it. Sony, you locked down Final Fantasy 16. You use that shit to sell consoles and to hype up the PS5. And I played it day one on my PS5. I platinumed it. I'm good, dude. And they got the DLC coming out. Go get more sales. I just can't. Just seeing how the games industry is right now, even though I will always see the importance of exclusivity, I am understanding of exclusivity, of its importance in this industry, how it defines consoles, it defines platforms, it defines a lot of different things. But I'm also not an advocate for if making a game exclusive is going to not ensure its failure, but it's like this game is going to struggle a lot or more than it should have to a concerning degree where it's like it might be on the ropes. Then I am totally cool. Like, then relinquish it. It's not worth taking to the grave, man. It's not. I don't think so. But that's the question, right? That's the question. Because that's what people want to know. People want to know, like, is the exclusivity the reason why it's failing? I don't know. I want to say it's not helping, of course, but I did say this on my last year's results. Like, if suddenly tomorrow Sony announced we're done with the agreement, like it's over, and Square's like, we got an Xbox version, we got a PC version, like, is that just gonna the only thing that I think could really turn Rebirth's sales around is if it, well, even then it's on I was gonna say if they announced like a PS4 version. But I don't think that's going to happen. And that might not even be enough. Like, the question has to be asked, man. Yeah, see, that's another thing, too. The 1222 says MBG, the director, got promoted, so it had to do well enough. To me, that's like wait, hold on now. You're right. I totally forgot to mention that, but I saw that the director did get promoted, and it makes me wonder, like, is this just a lot of fear-mongering? Because it doesn't add up. The game failed sales-wise. Promote the director. You know what I mean? It's usually the opposite happens. The game fails sales-wise. You're either fired or you're getting demoted. You're saying the developers got pay raises as well? That's something here's not adding up. But again, I just want to make it clear that I am not opposed to Sony, just to make my stance clear, I'm not opposed to Sony doing what they do because they're a business, and it's what I expect from them, where they have a console, they want to sell that console, they have their own platform, they have their own storefront, and they want to get people in the door as aggressively as they possibly can. So I do expect Sony to continue to do third-party exclusivity deals and second-party deals. And I think second-party deals are less egregious than third-party, but I still expect both. And, my only hope is that Sony because people, I think, sometimes forget that it takes two to tango here. Sony isn't putting a gun to any of these publishers' heads saying, make it exclusive. They're not doing that. They are negotiating with them, saying, this is what we can offer you if you were to make your game exclusive. And the publisher decides that's good enough for us, we will say yes. My only hope is that anytime Sony and publishers engage in these deals is that they're done with, they think it through and make sure, like, can this game really ultimately benefit from this? Because there are those occasions where sometimes a game can suffer from the exclusivity. It does happen. It's usually somewhat rare, but it definitely does happen. And think of a game like Forspoken, right? Like, to me, Forspoken's so funny because it's like exclusive to PS5 for 2 years. Like, why? Like, that game should have probably been on Xbox after 3 months, dude. 6 months. Like who said this game needs to be locked on PlayStation for 2? Like, the only thing I can think is that somebody at Sony or Square, somebody thought that was going to be a big franchise for some reason. And I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying the game clearly struggled. Like, that is a situation where again, I'm not opposed to, it's like we need to immediately get this game onto every console we can to save it. I'm not opposed to that. But if a game doesn't need saving and it's kind of it's a mutually beneficial thing, then I don't see a problem. And I think that's a pretty fair take. Also, I want to say that, listen, the person that called me out in the comments, they basically said that I'm quick to jump to conclusions when it comes to Microsoft bringing their games to PlayStation. And I basically am saying that I think eventually they're going to bring all their games. They're going to start bringing all their games to PlayStation. But I'm very hesitant and walking on eggshells when it comes to announcing or talking about the idea of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth failing. Look, I'm just going to say it right now. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth might be a failure. Yeah, it definitely could be. Like, it's a real possibility. It's not looking good based off of the reports we're seeing. You know what I mean? Like, I thought I made that clear, but I don't know. I guess maybe I didn't communicate it properly. But hopefully that clears it up. It's not that serious. You know, to be clear, I've also said over and over again that really, do you really think so? Somebody in the chat saying that that's a simpleton take. I'm assuming you're talking to me. You really think what I said is a simpleton take? I mean, look, I'm not saying it's the best take, but I don't think it's I don't know that I would say it's a simpleton take, bro. Like, I think I'm being pretty fair about it. But I don't know. Then again, there are a lot of people out there that think any take I have is a simpleton take. Clown take, bro. It's all good. Everybody has their takes, you know. Some of them maybe better than others. But you're saying it kind of is a simpleton take. Now you guys are just offending me. Clown BG. What did Clown BG say now? That's funny, dude. Paul says he wasn't paying attention and then proceeds to use the clown emojis. I love it. It's okay, MBG. You got at least 41% hate watchers on a good day. I mean, I know there are people who hate watch my content, and I've learned to accept that. But I just hope that there's some positive takeaway that they can get. Don't live your life in hate. It's not healthy. We are all simpletons. Yeah, I agree with that. Although the dude says he's not a simpleton, but he enjoys simple things. Dude, simplicity is becoming more vital in my life as I get older. Is anybody else finding that? It like more than ever before, like simplicity, it like really does start to feel like it's key. Overthinking shit and delving too, like I don't mind diving deep into things that I'm interested in and really getting lost in the details. I mean, that's what I do a lot of times here on the channel, but at the end of the day, I find that I kind of crave just a very simple, you know, simple lifestyle, as simple as it can be, within reason. Enrico says, it's all love over here, bro. Good stuff. Good stuff. Well, at least you're honest about it, BKdris. You're saying, I'm dumb, but have strong opinions, LOL. I think that's human nature. Sometimes, like, I don't say we're all dumb, but we all have a certain level of ignorance towards different things. But we also, you know, I think we just sometimes have those strong opinions. They just are forged based on our actual personalities, you know? And I think it's okay. As long as you can be self-aware when it's vital to be self-aware, like you gotta know, right? Like you gotta take a step back and you gotta realize right now. Then I think it's all good. Easily amused we are, yes, Yoda face. Let's see here. We have Nick Taylor saying, yo, I did a glitch on the Stellar Blade demo and opened up a new area. Holy shit. Really? Like, I feel like I believe it. I feel like I read somewhere that that's a thing that's happening. Uh-oh. Be careful, guys. You're going to get the demo taken off the PlayStation store. Dude, you know what's crazy is if you Google Eve from Stellar Blade, like I realized that any of the photos where she's in the skin suit, they are although I don't even know why I have like safe search on. I guess I never turned it off on my Google search, but it like they're all blurred out and I have to like you'd have to manually click to see it. And I'm like, really? Like, really? Like, it's not that bad. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, yeah, I get it's like a skin suit, but it's not that egregious. Jeez. Making me think I'm like about to see something way out there. Way out there. All right, we got Kyle, member for 9 months, saying, if they're struggling, wouldn't Sony try to push it more to keep the relationship? Or is it you on your own after a period of time, depending on a contract? I think the way these contracts usually work, like, again, I'm saying this very much from a place of just, I want to say total ignorance, but like I just take what I'm saying with a big grain of salt because I could be totally off the mark. But my understanding, generally speaking, how these exclusivity contracts work is when they are being made up, like there's a minimum threshold of sales that needs to be met over a certain period of time. That if it's not, then it like basically can void the contract. You know, like whether that means like Square can cancel the contract with Sony, or or in Sony's case they can cancel it, where it basically and the reason why this is done is because it's good business turning bad, right? When it suddenly becomes bad business for Square and Sony to be locked into exclusivity, you know, that's why they kind of put these like kind of clauses in there and stuff to ensure that, you know, this is a possibility. Obviously they don't think that's going to happen. Because if they thought that was a real likely possibility, they probably wouldn't even agree to doing it. But there's also like the unpredictable nature of it could happen. I think we saw that with the Insomniac hack, where like the agreement between Disney and Sony is like minimum 6 million units sold over was it like the first year or something? Or I think it's like maybe less than a year, but it's some like it's some high, you know, number of sales that's like it has to be high performing. And if it goes below that, like then I think that, you know, their agreement can essentially be void. Of course, all these contracts, it's different for each publisher and they change obviously between each publisher, but that's, to me, I think that's just like a general rule of thumb, you know, just as a kind of contingency plan. But the idea, I just want to say, you know, the idea of Sony wanting to, I mean, Sony will do what they can, you know, because Sony has a vested interest in this as well. You know, this is a situation where both parties want to see this game succeed. Sony wants to see it succeed, and Square does, but, you know, Sony is limited in what they can do, and so is Square. But it's also worth noting that they likely do have plans as well in place right now. That's another thing where they could have prepared for this by maybe, you know, maybe there is going to be DLC. Maybe they are going to do something with PlayStation Plus. You know, maybe this is why the game is only exclusive to PS5 till May. Maybe this is why, because they already anticipated it's not going to do as well as the first one. We know that. We don't know how much less it's going to do, and this is why I was saying, like, I want to know what were Square's expectations? Because believe me, they have a number. We're expecting at least this many sales, at least 2 million sales in the first month, in the first 2 months, in the first 3 months. You know, there is a number, and I would like to know what that number is, because that's the problem with these conversations and these reports. You know, the report came from I forget his name, an industry analyst. He has me blocked on Twitter. I don't remember his name. Maybe somebody knows his name, but the report came from him, and he said that FF7 is like greatly underperforming. I'm like, but is that based on the first game or Square's expectations? Because like, obviously it's not good if it's performing less than Remake. Like, obviously, objectively, that's not good, but it doesn't mean it's bad. The only way we can know if it's actually bad is how it's performing compared to Square's expectations. It's kind of like with a game like Spider-Man 2, right? We can assume that Sony is expecting to break a record with this game. And we make those assumptions because of how big the game is, how high the expectations are for it, but we don't know if that's actually what Sony's like real expectation is. So for all we know, Sony could have been very conservative and say, we're not expecting to break a record. This is our minimum expectation. And it's actually well below a record. And because that's the whole idea, is like, if it gets past that bar, then it's good. All is well. And if it goes way past that bar, then hey, everything's great. But if it doesn't hit that minimum bar, that minimum threshold that they set, that's when you can objectively say, okay, that's bad. And that's a problem. You know? So I don't know. It's really, really hard to have conversations regarding sales numbers and how games are performing when we have such limited data to work with. Because for all we know, listen, again, this isn't me going defense force mode, because I don't give a shit. I'm just saying, on the other side of the coin, we just have to consider this. Maybe Remake did way better than Square was expecting. Like, did anybody think of that? Did anybody think that Square's expectations for Remake's performance was actually much lower and it just way overperformed? Did anybody consider that? It's a possibility. All right, we got Josh here with another super chat saying, but if they didn't know what was going on, then where did the confidence come from to make it their one more thing banger announcement? Pure incompetence. Yeah, that's a good point, Josh. Yeah, and that's why that's why I said a little bit earlier that I feel like I kind of take back what I said, where my initial thought was maybe Microsoft just wasn't aware of the situation with Redfall, getting back to that conversation. But what you're saying, I think, makes more sense, and that's why I kind of take that back, because you know what? They definitely had to know to a certain extent. Like, at the very minimum, they saw the game, And my whole thing with Microsoft, and why I just am like, I'm not surprised anymore. And I feel like I haven't been surprised in a long time. I still react. Like, there will always be a reaction from me, but it's not true, genuine surprise. Is because I knew when Redfall came out and when the previews started coming out, I knew when Microsoft, whether it be Phil Spencer or anybody else, Matt Booty, whoever's in charge, to look at these games and determine if it's looking good enough. They're looking at it through Game Pass eyes. And that's why I'm not surprised anymore. No matter how surprised they may act, at the end of the day, it's like, but are you really surprised, MBG? It's like, well, no. Because they're looking at everything through Game Pass eyes. And as far as I'm concerned, that bar is low. It always will be low. And the reason it'll always be low is because of the cost to entry. the cost to entry to Game Pass is $11. So what that means is anytime you see a game, I mean, and it's natural, it's human psychology, right? Like if it's my job to run Xbox Game Studios and I visit a studio like I visit Bethesda Studios and I see a game like Redfall, I only have to ask myself one question: Does that game look like it's worth at least $11? And if the answer is yes, then all right, we're good. Ship it. That's the reality of Microsoft. That's been the reality of Microsoft since 2016, 2017? And again, I'm not saying that there aren't games I'm not saying that all Microsoft games are like the max value is $11. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying it becomes a lot easier to not see the flaws on display so obviously. Because I have to I have to imagine. Think of it this way. Imagine Game Pass didn't exist and Microsoft goes into, they go to do their rounds with Bethesda and they see Redfall and they have to ask themselves, like, we're going to sell this game at $70. Like, is that going to be worth $70? I mean, I'll tell you right now, who the hell would walk out of that room being like, oh yeah, that's totally worth $70? I'd be concerned. Like, you would have to imagine they would at least be like, oh, I don't know, maybe $40. But is it even worth $40? Now, this is the difference between how Microsoft operates and how Sony and Nintendo operate. Although Nintendo's still a little bit different, but that's how I view it. I just that's the thing is, Josh, I don't even think it's I mean, there is a layer of incompetence at Microsoft, undoubtedly. This is what I've been talking about for many years, where I don't understand how a company can be this powerful, this resource rich, and struggle this much to just make good games. To just somewhat consistently. To just do well by their console. I don't that will always baffle me. And the only thing that I think that will ultimately come down to is incompetence, where there's just not enough people in high enough places at that company that understand fundamentally what needs to be done to actually achieve that. But I think by this point in time, it's more, like I said, it's through the Game Pass lens. They got the Game Pass glasses on, man, or goggles or whatever, right? Anytime they're looking at a game, they're simply asking themselves, is this worth at least $11? But that's assuming Game Pass is still the major priority. Sony's not doing that. That's just the reality. Sony, I'm not saying every single game Sony has put out is worth every dollar that they're asking you for. I'm not saying that. I mean, it varies. But, I just think it's pretty safe to say that most of the games that Sony has put out are worth more than $11. Certainly. Let's see here. So I appreciate that, Josh. We have Leo saying, I'm in the wait and see stage for the PS5 Pro. If it turns out all the enhanced games get an FPS boost, I'm in day one. But I'm hearing mixed things. And that's, Leo, that's the smartest way to go about it, truthfully. Not to say that you're not smart if you have already decided you want a Pro. I've already decided I want a Pro. I just think that if you are somebody who's just feeling at all unsure, I do think taking that approach of I need to wait and see is the best approach, because you're right. We need to see Sony sell this console. There's so much conversation about the Pro. I'm talking so much about the Pro, but the reality is Sony is the only one that knows, dude. Sony and their developers are the, oh my God, IP Gamer, are you serious? Somebody clipped me earlier in the stream talking about Tom Warren. What, because I said Tom Warren's a fanboy? Oh my God, are these people serious? They're so desperate to produce anything. Imagine, dude, imagine that. Imagine me saying one little thing about Tom Warren in jest and it gets clipped, bro. Let me go see if I can find it. That's so funny. I hope they clip me discovering the clip. I bet you I know who clipped it too. I bet you I know exactly who clipped it. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see if I'm right. Oh, okay. No, it was somebody else then. I was sure it was going to be this person. And it wasn't. Damn, then who clipped me then? Probably some salty Xbox fan. Guaranteed. I mean, it's all good. Look, to be clear, I have no problem with Tom Warren. Like, my only concern about something like that getting clipped is that people are going to try to frame it like, oh, I'm calling out Tom Warren. Like, dude, I don't give a shit about Tom Warren in the slightest. Like, dude works at The Verge and he's just doing his job. Like, and if he is an Xbox fanboy, I don't care. What does that have to do with me? You know? Good for him. He likes Microsoft. He likes Xbox. Enjoy it, bro. Like, who am I to say that should be a problem? I don't agree, but do you? That's what I'm doing over here. Damn, Left Control Gaming seems to not like The Verge at all. Space Gambler Jr. saying it was me. Dude, you know what I'm beginning to realize is things are so boring right now in gaming and so underwhelming that I don't have to do literally anything to like get people to make clips and get their attention and shit. Because I'm not, dude, it's sad because I'm not even remotely trying. And that's what makes it's so revealing that like, geez, man, come on. Is this really where we are right now? Yeah, hey, free advertising. Yeah, MBG is the most exciting thing in gaming right now. You know what? Here, I'll be nice. I'll be nice about it, okay? Go read The Verge's articles about the PS5 Pro. Go read Tom Warren's write-ups, all right? He was nice enough to do some write-ups for the PS5 Pro. And I mean, of course it's his job, but he could have done more write-up. He could have done write-ups about Xbox, but he chose to do write-ups about the PS5 Pro and give us some more info. So go read his articles. TheVerge.com, PS5 Pro. All right? See, I'm being a nice guy. I have no problems. Truthfully, I have no problems with The Verge. Like, I don't even follow The Verge. They were just waiting to clip me licking a cat treat. Oh, yeah, 100%. That, to be fair, though, that would 100% be worth clipping. That's a clip that I would advocate for. Like, yeah. MBG tasting a cat treat. All right. That would be such a great clip. All right, let me see what I'm sorry. I got Leo, let me finish answering your super chat here, responding to your super chat. I think waiting to see what Sony has to say about the PS5 Pro is the best thing to do, certainly, because right now there's a lot of speculation. Understandably, there's a lot of guesswork happening and there's a lot of unknowns. And really, it's just going to come down to, as I've continued to say, Sony putting on a show, whether that's bringing Mark Cerny out on stage, having Mark Cerny show some of the games and explain what we're looking at, explain the enhancements, explain everything that went into it. But it is going to come down to Sony marketing this console. And when I say marketing it, I want to make it clear, like, don't... Oh my God, my cup is leaking. There's no way. There's like a really, really small leak in this cup. So fucking weird. So fucking weird, dude. How is that even? I'm so confused. I'm sorry. My cup is leaking like very slowly. I don't know why or how that's even possible, but when I say marketing, I don't mean fall for the marketing buzzwords. I'm just saying just let Sony do their job. Sony's job is to convince you why you should be excited for this product, why you should want to consider buying this product, and why you should consider upgrading. And my biggest recommendation to anybody who's on the fence about the PS5 Pro, hey man,
Enough from me. We're gonna have the games do our talking.
that's it. That's it. Listen to Jim. Listen to Jim. Let the games do the talking, man. If the games look good enough to make you say, I want that Pro, then have at it. If they don't, then just stick with your PS5. So I appreciate the super chat, Leo. Jim spitting facts once again. We also have Kyle. Kyle says, blurring a woman's body, damn, where are the feminists for Eve? The agenda only works one way, and it's in any form where straight men are happy, LOL. Hey, dude, that's why I'm saying, like, in a way, it's almost like it's offensive because, like, yeah, there are women that look like that, bro. And how do you think you're making women who look like that? How do you think you're making them feel? You're probably making them feel like shit. All right? Like, why are we going to blur out your body just because you look like that? It's messed up. It's messed up. Hellbound says a Pro is day one for him. Dude, I want to see... you know what I would love to get done? Although I'm not sure that it's possible. And I don't know why reading Hellbound's comment here in the chat just made me think of this. I would love to get some custom PlayStation 5 plates with Boss and Leia on them. I don't know how that would happen, but that would be amazing. But anyway, Kyle. Yeah, I hear you, man. It's getting a little bit tired, isn't it? I think all the conversation about, you know, people, like, it's just not, I'm not saying it's not that serious. I just think it's like, all right, everybody I think has said their piece, and we just have to let people, you know, if you're in support of it, then support it. If you're not, then just go support something you are in support of. Okay, I gotta try to drink this. I see you guys in the chat asking about Laurent. You know what? It's a great question, man. I don't know. Yeah, I haven't seen Laurent in a little while, which makes me a little nervous. If anybody knows, please update us. Laurent, where are you, man? Yeah, I hope he's all right. I try not to assume the worst, but he was having, I think, like some very serious heart surgery done. Well, we'll be looking out. Yeah, he lives in Belgium. I didn't know that. Yeah, he's a good dude. Hope he's okay. Yes, Alex Mercer, that Laurent. We'll have to be on the lookout, guys. I don't know. Yeah, I think like Jay Shako made like a Discord for you guys. If you just want to, I don't know if Jay Shako's here right now either. Actually, somebody said that Laurent was actually in that Discord. I can't confirm that, but yeah. Hopefully he's just in recovery. Yeah, hopefully. Well, Damn, that's crazy, dude. You're saying, BKdris, you're saying your friend died of a heart attack at 35. What was there like? What was the cause of that, dude? That's really young. Dying of a heart attack at 35. What was it lifestyle? Did he have some kind of disease or affliction? Because that's wild. I mean, I've heard of that. Like, I've heard of people having heart attacks when they're young. You're saying probably I don't know, man. Like, I feel like if it was genetics, that would have to be like due to a heart problem, which is concerning. You know, it's interesting that you guys are mentioning this, not to get too off track, but like I was thinking about that recently. About how like I don't know that I've taken the best care of my cardiovascular health. And I want to get more serious about it. I mean, obviously you don't know what's going to happen and you can only control so much, but yeah, I don't know if it was that, guys. It could be. I don't know. I've heard about that. I don't know. You're saying he would be 56. Oh, so that was a while ago. Damn. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Life's crazy. Yeah, I mean, you got to try your best to take care of yourself, man. Not although, again, you never know. All right. Got another super chat here. So get a little bit back on track here. We'll save it for the members lounge. Michael Lynch, thank you so much for the $10 super chat, buddy. You're saying it's not the giving subs that bothers me. It's the overreaction from you. Super chats get a thank you so much. Subs get a heightened enthusiasm for 30 to 45 seconds of thanks. Is a bit unbalanced. Well, I mean, I do apologize, Michael Lynch, if it comes off that way. Here, maybe this will help explain it a little bit, at least the psychology behind it. When I read super chats, most of the time, Michael, those super chats get me going in like, I don't want to say in a different direction, but they definitely get my mind racing in a different way prior to me reading a super chat. And I guess the way I view it is when I am talking about a topic, like for example, when I just talked about the whole Redfall thing, I wasn't even thinking about that, but that came up from a super chat and it unraveled into like a 10 or 15 minute thing. And so basically, I think that's significantly longer than the shout outs and stuff I do for the members, not counting what I do at the end of the streams. But I guess I understand what you're saying. I just don't know that I can say or that anything will necessarily change because, again, man, every time I read a super chat, I usually give the super chats like a good, like I'm usually very sure not to just quickly go through them. I mean, if they're like super random, like somebody says some like off the wall shit in a super chat, I probably don't spend like more than a minute or two on it. But if it's pertaining to the conversation or something about gaming, I usually do give it a good amount of time in the spotlight. But yeah, it's hard not to, the last thing I want to do is make people who are gifting memberships and becoming members, especially like the gifted subs and stuff. The last thing I want to do is make them feel like they're not getting enough credit or enough of a shout out. Do I maybe go too far sometimes? Probably, yeah. Probably. But it's because it's different, right? Like I almost wish that gifted memberships, when they happen, could have a message attached. Jeez, boss, are you serious? I wish they look at this guy. Come on, boss. I'm trying to. All right. He really just was looking directly into the camera there. I wish that like memberships could also have like a message attached. I know that that's maybe not fair to like the super chats, but it would you know it would make it would change the dynamic a little bit. But Michael, I all I can do is hope that you understand and that other people understand. Because when I say, and I do say this, when I say that, like, listen, are people who are super chatting, are they funding the channel? Are they sponsors of the channel? The answer is yes, absolutely. But there's also the reality that people who are gifting large amounts of memberships, they are like, I assure you, like, that is a massive, massive reason as to like why I'm even able to do this. And truth be told, super chats alone would not be enough. You know, memberships alone probably, I would say would also not be. I mean, maybe it would be closer to being enough, certainly. But it's the combination of the two. And for me, this is just the best way I feel that I can balance it out. You know, it's by making those who are contributing to the community and growing the membership community, by making them feel like they're getting a bit of a spotlight. But in the, you know, on the other hand, when it comes to super chats, I try to make sure that I assume that people who super chat, what matters to them most is getting a solid response from me, you know? And I do worry about that too sometimes. Like even with what I'm saying right now, Michael, like you this $10 super chat, like I don't want to just brush over it and pretend like, you know, treat your $10 like, oh, it was just nothing. You know, like, no, it's definitely something. $10 is $10, bro. You know, and you chose to super chat that to me. And it's so, again, I know it's not for everybody. And I guess the most honest response I can give to you is that I'm going to continue to show intense appreciation for people who gift memberships and who allow me to do this. And I can only hope that those who are watching and those who are partaking understand that and are accepting of that. Again, like maybe today's a little bit different. I will admit, I do anticipate that some people, like, let me say real quick, I saw on my last stream, and I don't know if this was a real comment or not, but I got rid of it because I'm like, fuck you, you know, like I'm sorry if I'm being rude, but like fuck you, you know, where they were like cringe reps, I'm out. Like, bro, what? Like, dude, I didn't do any repetitions until the 3 hour mark, bro. Like, you got 3 hours of me talking games with a couple of shout outs to my members in between. And Michael, this is not towards you, by the way. This is towards a random comment I got. And that just really frustrated me because it's like, that's bullshit. You know? Like, people are like, that person was like making it sound like I literally opened my channel by being like, guys, we're going to fucking work out for 15 minutes, you know, before we even talk about a single topic, you know? And that bothers me because it's like, dude, I'm trying to build a community here, and I'm trying to thread the needle as best I can. I don't know that there's a perfect way to do any of this. Is there a more organized way? Absolutely. If somebody said, dude, there's a more organized way you can do this, I understand. I understand. And yes, I can agree with. You're saying Heatwave says boss gets me flying off topic too frequently. I agree with that. And that's why I said earlier, dude, I wasn't kidding when I said he snuck his way into my room here. I didn't know boss was in here. I looked around the room. And that's why I try to make it so that I bring him in a little bit later on, because he can be very distracting. We love him. I love him. He's my cat. I love Boss. But it's true. Like, there are times where I want to stay on topic. I have stuff I want to say, and I don't want to be distracted by my own cat. You know, that's my fault today for not realizing that he was straight up using stealth, bro. I don't know how he eluded me. That's the second time in a row. I got to figure out where he's hiding. He's hiding somewhere in here that I can't see him. That freaks me the hell out because there's limited spots in here where he could actually hide. I almost think he's like behind my computer. But yeah. Hey man, he is like Big Boss sometimes, you know? But Michael, I do appreciate the support, man, and I do appreciate the super chat. And the final thing I'll say is that you guys probably have noticed. Well, I can't say maybe the last 2 weeks. I know it's important for me to just get this out here too, so everybody understands. You probably noticed that I'm trying to be more organized, a little bit. Like I'm trying my best, right? The past 2 weeks have been a shit show in my actual life because of how sick I got and all over the place things have been. And I'm not gonna lie, that sometimes bleeds into my streams, and it gets a bit chaotic. But my goal and what I want to do is be a little bit more organized to where if you're tuning in for like the shenanigans, if you want to call it that, you know, with messing with boss, having a good time, just being more chill, being more relaxed, and doing some reps, I want to try to reserve that stuff towards the end of the stream. So there's a time and there's a place, because I know that a lot of people tune in and they're like, dude, I see your titles, I see your thumbnails, and I want to hear what you have to say about them. Like, you know, in a cohesive way where it's not like you're all over the place every 3 minutes. And I totally get that. And I'm working on that. And if that's what you're talking, Michael, if that's kind of what you're alluding to, I can assure you that I am working on that. I think everybody can benefit from that. Even though, like, look, I am certain that the people who are gifting memberships, I don't think they're trying to derail the topics or the channel. And I want to reassure anybody, if you're dropping memberships, drop them at any time. You're not derailing anything. Because if there's something else that I know, and maybe I could try to prioritize this as well, is, and you guys have told me this straight up, that I don't have to just drop what I'm saying or doing in that exact moment and call out the memberships. I can finish what I'm saying and then call out the memberships. So, you know, hopefully everybody understands. I need a PowerPoint to stay more organized and focused. I appreciate that, IP Gaming. You think I've improved over the last year? I do appreciate that. We have Perfect Image here saying devs on Unreal, it's easier due to existing support for DLSS, FSR, etc. Sony uses Decima, and it's a proprietary engine, ensuring graphical concerns are handled. Yeah, so Perfect Image has really been focused on the engines lately. Yeah, you're not wrong about that. That, I think, is the exact situation where Unreal is easier generally because it kind of has support for all these different tools that all these different, you know, graphics card or component manufacturers that they make. When it comes to Decima, because it is a proprietary engine to just Sony, it pretty much means that only Sony devs have been using it, and that has what has led to the full optimization of this engine with one single console. Although they did bring it to PC though, but that was after many years, right, of optimization. And so, yeah, it's what I would want to know, right? Like you talk about that. Here's what I would want to know: what would the Decima engine be like? What would the Decima engine be like if it was used by like EA or something, like an EA AAA studio or like Capcom? Yeah, I would just be curious to see like what would a Decima engine developed full blown AAA third party full multi-plat game, what would that be like? Actually, you're saying I owed $4,000 on taxes. Fucking lame. Taxation is theft. No gift today, MBJ. Oh, dude, no, I hear you, bro. Actually, you gotta look after yourself, man. You know, I hear you. But hey, dude, actually, it's just to say, like, when it comes to that situation, the tax situation, yeah, nightmare, fucking nightmare, bro. I hear you. But hey, you know, you've gifted a lot, bro, and I appreciate that. I really do. But yeah, I mean that's kind of the nice thing about these proprietary engines from PlayStation developers is they are able to really max them out very efficiently. Maybe that has changed a bit now that, they're bringing more and more of their games to PC. But that's what Nixxes is there for, right? Like when Sucker Punch, when they were making Ghost of Tsushima, they were not thinking about PC at all. That engine, the Ghost of Tsushima engine, I don't know what the name of the engine is. I know it's a proprietary engine. That was not an engine made with I almost said Frostbite, with PC in mind. And Ghost of Tsushima was not a game that was made with PC in mind. But it's just like you bring in Nixxes and that's their job. Like Nixxes is like, okay, how do we make this work on PC? And Sucker Punch doesn't have to worry about it. They can just worry. And you know what Sucker Punch can worry about? Whatever their proprietary engine is that they're making Ghost of Tsushima on, they can just worry about fully optimize it for the Pro now. And maybe even the PlayStation 6. And then Nixxes will worry about it later. That to me, that's kind of a nice thing that Sony's got going there. If only gifts were tax deductible. You should become a nonprofit, MBG. Well, I know, actually. I know. If only it could work that way. Let me see. We have Kyle here saying, it's part of the business. We appreciate your time. Well, thank you for that, Kyle. I do appreciate that, bro. Thank you for the super chat. I know you guys appreciate the content. I know. Yeah, I got dreams. Corey. Magnum Gaming says, I think Sony embracing PC is affecting Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and many games moving forward because people have the mentality of building a PC to play everything. Yeah, well, I don't know that I'm entirely sold on that notion. I feel like it's definitely had an impact, but I'm not sure how far-reaching that impact is. Like, for example, you're saying a game like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. If my theory is correct, the one that I mentioned earlier, then you are probably correct. My theory was that the reason why there was only a 3-month exclusivity window between it going to to like PS5 and then the PC. I think that was because they maybe anticipated that sales would be lower. And if that is true, then that means they definitely behind the scenes were like, we need to have a PC version like ready to go very soon after launch. And that undoubtedly would have put more strain on the overall development. That would, like, if it's a 3-month window, that's a very short period of time. That means the PC version would have had to have been in development alongside the PS5 version. But then you also consider that Final Fantasy VII Remake is on PC, if I'm not mistaken, right? And then that means it kind of was like already there to a certain extent. At least, a lot of it. Like the engine itself, like a lot of the heavy lifting, so to speak, I think was already finished. But I do get what you're saying. There is obviously a little bit of concern about like if Sony really chooses to focus on PC that much with all of their studios, how could that impact development timelines? And I guess it just is a matter of strategy. That could be one of the reasons why Sony is not willing to dramatically change their strategy up too much. It could be because they're like, look, maybe Sony would be more willing to try doing more day and date with certain games if they had more confidence in their studios to do multi-platform development. But again, Sony bought Nixxes, an expert development team that specializes in porting games to PC. And if I'm Sony, I understand that Nixxes is just one team, right? So they can't do every game at once all the time. But I don't know that I would deviate too far. Like, I don't know. If I'm Sony, I take a good hard look at Naughty Dog's attempt to bring The Last of Us Part 1 to PC and how disastrous it was. Where it's clear that Naughty Dog didn't know what they were doing. And they had to learn in real time. And everybody watched that unfold. If I'm Sony, I just think to myself, man, we should have just waited until Nixxes was finished with whatever they were working on, which I guess at the time would be Horizon Forbidden West, or maybe it was Ratchet and Clank. And then let's get, but I don't know, man. It's all a matter of timing. It's all a matter of timing. And what I'm thinking is that Sony would, I think, be better off actually finding a second development team or like, I don't know, building a second development team or buying a second development team that just specializes in PC ports and just let your first party worry about their engines and your console hardware. That I just think that what Sony has going on right now with their internal studios should continue, and they should scale that operation up if need be, if they want to continue to pursue their PC efforts more aggressively. But I think what you're referring to is more like their second and third party relationships. That's a little bit different because I don't know that Sony has as nearly as much control over that. Like, for example, Death Stranding 2 is 100% going to come to PC. And I would assume that a PC version of Death Stranding 2 is likely already in development alongside the PS5 version. That's just my assumption. Maybe I'm totally wrong on that, but I mean, how long could that prolong the development of Death Stranding? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I don't know. We'll find out, I think, in the next couple years, really, like whether or not Sony's going to stick with this current strategy or if they're going to really start pushing harder, you know, to get more of their single player first party games on the PC quicker. Yeah, Boss just can't not be in front of the camera. All right, let me see where we're at though, guys. We are okay, so we just passed the 3-hour mark. Where's the time go? Yeah, check something here. Defiant server test session, April 19th to the 21st. Dude, Boss. Sorry, I'm just looking for a couple of bonus. Dude, there's like no gaming news, man. My lord. Like what, dude, what is happening right now that there is no gaming news? It's totally dead out here. Over here. I'm starting to get worried, bro. Like there's nothing. It's not, dude, it's not even a slow day. It's been a slow, like, 2 weeks. I don't mean to complain. I don't even know that I'm complaining as much as it's just I'm surprised. That's all. I'm just a little bit surprised. I normally by this time, I kind of expect, you know, between January and March, it's kind of hit or miss. January is usually pretty quiet. It was actually January was pretty decent this year. February was less quiet than normal. because of all the things that Xbox was doing. March was pretty quiet generally. But usually things start to pick up in April, and like, you know, we're past the 2-week mark of April now, and there's not a whole lot going on. Like, we're still getting reports about the PS5 Pro. It's like, all right, I'm ready. You're saying a storm is brewing big time. Dave the Diver just dropped on the PS5 today. That is big time. There seems to be a pretty good amount of excitement for that game on PS5. I don't know that I'm going to play it, but I've heard it's pretty good. Sony trying to pump up their PlayStation Plus offering a little bit. Space Gambler, you're saying you just got Helldivers 2 today? Well, have fun, man. I hope you enjoy it. I think you will. If there is a showcase happening in May, when do I think PlayStation will announce it? Let me see here. I want to say that if Sony really is going to have a showcase next month, which I think they are, I'm going to lock my my prediction is it's going to happen May 23rd, which is a Thursday. That's my prediction. And it's very specific, but I'm going to lock that in. The calm before the E3 storm. Well, yeah, there is Summer Game Fest, which I'll stream that. I think it hasn't been officially confirmed, but I think Xbox's showcase is happening on June 9th. I'll stream that. I'll stream as many events as I can within reason. I don't know if I'm going to stream like a Ubisoft event, though. Like, I don't know. I just don't get hyped enough from these individual publishers, really. I think, yeah, Nintendo announced they're having like an indie show tomorrow. I don't know. I don't mean to sound like I'm complaining so much. It's just there are occasionally these times where the news cycle screeches to a halt. Like, I won't lie to you guys. Like, I would rather be talking about some other PlayStation news today that's not about the PS5 Pro again. But other than Dave the Diver, you know what I mean? We're going to hate watch the Xbox showcase. Absolutely. We're going to hate watch that shit. Fuck Xbox. Xbox sucks. I'm just going to start embracing it to a point where people aren't going to be able to tell if it's satire or not. It's not. I'm telling you, Xbox sucks, man. Xbox sucks so much that the only thing they could do to make it good was bring their games to PlayStation. Even Xbox knew the answer was PlayStation this whole time. Clip that shit. Clip that shit. We got Pepator. Boss, I'm going to have to ask you very kindly to get the fuck out of the way, bro. I'm trying to read the super chat. You are so rude. You are so rude. I gave you so many snacks. Pepator, thank you for the super chat, bud. It's your third time super chatting. You're saying, hey, MBG, hope the family is well. I sent you over X a podcast with the Days Gone writer where he speaks about the Days Gone sequel. He planned for it to be a trilogy. You know, I think I did come across that in passing. I have been going on Twitter a little bit lately. So Pepator, I'll have to check that out. I feel like I may have seen that. I'll have to click on it and start watching a little bit of it again to know for sure. I could have swore I've watched that before, but maybe I'm thinking of a different one because I've seen a couple of different streams and interviews with the creator. Or you're saying it's the writer of Days Gone, like John Garvin and Jeff Ross. I've seen a couple things with them in it. So I do appreciate that, man. Oh, boss. But Pepator, also, thank you for asking about the family, man. We're doing good. It's been a rough, like, last 20 to 25 days, to be honest. Like, I've been trying my best to just keep shit, like, together and flowing. Not only on the channel, but in my real life, because I just feel like every week for the past, like, 3.5 weeks, there's been some kind of fucking, like, just something, like, happening. That's just like, okay, this is a lot at once. I'm gonna have to just handle it and deal with it in stride. And I feel like I've just been kind of waiting to turn that corner, you know, and I'm fingers crossed. I think that has happened now, where I'm not saying shit. I'm not saying I'm gonna jinx the hell out of it. I'm grateful. Thank you for asking, Pepator. I'm having a mental breakdown in real time here now, but thank you for asking, man. Me and the family are doing well. Every day comes with it a new set of challenges. Some of those challenges are easier to tackle than others, but we're tackling them. Am I rambling? I'm absolutely rambling. That's what I do. That's what I do best. Clip it. Clip it. That's gonna be like dude. I gotta like get a soundbite of me saying that or some shit. Just like clip it. Clip that shit. I gotta start making my own sound bites. I think that would be the funniest shit ever. Like, I'm just gonna record myself saying the most crazy shit in the weirdest way. I'm just gonna start playing my own sound bites. We really need a silent stream. A silent stream would be great, but it would require me doing many different things in silence, and I wouldn't know. I don't know what I would do. Oh, damn it. Thank you for reminding me, Ghetto God. I gotta write this down. I gotta put this on my notepad. Hold on. I keep saying I'm gonna look into it, and then I forget. Yeah, I got to look into the Streamlabs direct donations. I keep saying I'm going to look into it, and then I totally forget about it every time I end the streams. I wrote it down this time, though, so that way I don't forget. Oh, I should get some Duke Nukem sound bites. That's a great suggestion, actually. Duke Nukem. Blow it out your ass. That's one of Duke Nukem's sayings, right? Blow it out your ass. Gotta love Duke Nukem, man. He's ahead of his time. All right. All right, so here's what we'll do. I'll keep the stream going for a couple more minutes here. We're currently sitting at 62 members. So you guys crushed 2 goals today. We're still a little ways away from hitting a 3rd goal, but we'll do like a last call for any membership gifts or membership upgrades if you just want to become a member, because what we're going to do in just a couple minutes here is we are going to head over to the members lounge. Okay. Also, I meant to tell you guys this earlier. Last stream, I got to be very careful. I really do. I got to be careful about how loose I'm playing it, with playing all these different songs and just randomly playing stuff, because it may have actually, believe it or not, I think it may have actually been reacting to the Stellar Blade video. They used some music in that trailer that the video, the stream got demonetized, man. Like, it got copyrighted. And sorry, I just seeing this clip of Boss going right up to the that's awesome. But yeah, I got to be really careful of that. And also, the last Members Lounge we did, same situation. In the last Members Lounge, we reacted to a bunch of fuck around, find out videos. And not only did it get age restricted, but it also got demonetized. Apparently, some of these clips can actually be copyrighted. And I'm like, how is that? I didn't even know that was a possibility. We have Aries09. Aries09 is keeping the membership train going. Yes, Titus, the whole stream. Well, not counting like any fan funding, of course. But Aries09, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dropping a single membership gift here. Always appreciate it, Aries09. So that brings us to 63. 12 away, people. 12 away. 12 away from hitting another goal. And then Shems comes in. Shems comes in and keeps it going, drops a single, brings us to 64 on the day.
It's dangerous to rely on teraflops as an
Gotta get to 66. Shems, I appreciate that, man. You're gonna get a single train going? Single gift train? Up to 75? There's Aries09. Let's keep rolling. Dropping some Limp Bizkit, Aries09. I would attempt. I'm afraid to even attempt to sing it, lest I sound just like Fred Durst, mimic the song too well, and then I get copyrighted again. YouTube's been getting crazier with the copyrights, though. I'll tell you. And Shems drops another gift. Shems is keeping it rolling. Another single gift from Shems, and then Corey drops a single gift. Uh-oh. Sitting at 66. Shems and Corey brought it to 66. 66 has to be my lucky number. I don't know. If you see the number 66, do you walk away saying 6 is my lucky number, or the number 66 is my lucky number? 66 again. I don't know how to interpret that. Is it lucky number 6 or lucky number 66? Every time 66 comes up, somebody says execute order 66. You want to get it to 69 now? Everybody always wants, yeah. That's a Titus Crow says, feels bad the streams get demonetized. Was a hilarious members, that one. Yeah, that was a good one, dude. That was a good so the members lounges aren't monetized to begin with. And that's what makes it even crazier when that happens, because it's like when the members lounge, knowing that the members lounges are not monetized at all, you know, it always makes me feel like I have a greater sense of freedom in what I can do. And then crazy shit like that happens. There's like age restricted and and copyrighted. And it's like, guys, I'm not making any money on these members lounges. Like, what can you even extract from me at this point? And the age restricted, I guess that's just the nature of watching people break their heads, you know, to put it lightly. But yeah, I did have fun in that last members lounge. It was like too addicting to just kind of scroll through all those clips. I do have a lot of non-copyrighted music, but I kind of just took it a little too far when I was like, all right, I'm going to start YouTubing like other tracks to listen to. And that pretty much did it, because YouTube will not notify you in real time if a track is will copyright you. But Titus, I appreciate the super chat, man. And yeah, it's a bitter pill to swallow anytime a stream gets demonetized, because I mean, I don't make like a ton of money, certainly not off of like ad revenue from these streams, but it helps, you know, like it does, like collectively it does matter. And so when a stream gets demonetized, it's like, all right, I'm probably going to feel that a little bit. But it's the nature of the beast. It happens. Kyle, you're saying MBG 66 symbolizes the power of unconditional love and harmony in overcoming challenges and adversities. It underscores the importance of approaching life's challenges with compassion and balance. See, that if I feel like I read that as well, like when I looked into it a while ago, and it's like, you know, that's a pretty good sign, right? The importance of approaching life's challenges with compassion and balance. So you're saying when I encounter a challenge, my first instinctive reaction of like breaking it or destroying it is not the way. Is that what that makes sense though? I mean, I could see that. I guess that's kind of a tough one. Corey, you're saying MGS theme, or does that get demonetized? The MGS theme does not get demonetized. Luckily, I mean, I hope it stays that way because I love playing the MGS theme. Holy shit, I'm sorry if that was loud. That came out of nowhere. Was that playing the whole time in the background? This is a good song, right? I wish I could play some Creed. Anybody, you got some Creed fans? Dude, so many people hate Creed, and I don't know why. Creed is Creed is good. I really discovered Creed like a year ago. Like I always knew about them, but I like really started kind of listening to some of their songs. I'm like, dude, they're pretty good. Why does Creed get so much hate? So yeah, I'm gonna keep this on loop for the entire stream. I'm just gonna talk over it. All right. So last thing I'll say here, boss, come on, man. Dude, this thing is amazing. Aries09 has a call to action. Aries says, come on, going for 70 MBG Army. We going to get it to 70? I'm going to be ending the stream any minute now. There was one other... what was it that I wanted to say? Oh, yeah. So I wanted to say to you guys real quick. It's a little bit random. But... oh, man. This cat laser is going to distract me more than the cats. So... I told you guys about how I play the drums, and for the longest time, I've been... Oh, yes, hold on. Titus. No, I haven't played that yet. I'm thinking about saving that. Titus, I wanted to ask you, bro. I like the song you made. That shit is funny as hell. I wanted to ask, because I don't know what app you're using. I've never heard of it, but it seems like you can kind of make a song in any style. Dude, can you make like a... don't do it if it's difficult. Because I don't know. Are you able to make like a song sound almost like a Soundgarden song, like a grunge song, or like a Guns N' Roses, like heavy rock or hard rock song? Is that a thing? Because that was awesome, dude. And we got Shadowlink. Dude, Shadowlink he's saying, let's go, man. Single membership train to 70. Single membership train to 70. Shadowlink drops a membership gift. He's paying it forward. 67. We're 3 away, bro. 3 away from a solid 70. But yeah, dude, Titus, I have that saved, and I want to... That song is insane, dude. Like, I was laughing so hard when I heard that. I was like, that is... No, I don't know about that. That sounds intense with Gregorian chanting. So, Titus, is that app you can just basically like make songs? like AI songs. And Corey the Legend Landiga drops a 5-bomb on you guys. Corey wants to do it. Corey's coming through. Corey's doing some heavy lifting today, bro. Corey's always doing some heavy lifting. Corey just brought us to 72. How many times can I say Corey? Landiga, the legend. The legendary gifter. There you go. Instead of, legendary soldier. I'm sure you get it. But he just brought us up to 72. All right, guys. Last call to action here. And then we're going to go to the members lounge. Who gifted again? Oh, his name's Corey. Yeah, Corey Landiga. You may have heard of him. Rick saying Coral. Oh my God. That would be a good, yeah. That's pretty random. I'm not sure how I would be able to use that, but classic. So we're just 3 away. Who's going to do it? We're going to crush the 3rd goal, get to 75. We'll move on to the members lounge. Let's see. We're at the 325 mark. So, all right, I'll let it go to 330. If we don't get there, it's cool. You guys have come through big today, and I really appreciate that. Thank you for everything you do. Sincerely. And we'll let the stream go to the 3 hour and 30-minute mark, and then we'll move to the members lounge. I see Hellbound's coming in, dude. Hellbound's coming in, gifting another membership. Get some laser action for Hellbound. Come on, boss. Get it. Get it, bro. Do it. Hellbound getting us up to 73. Really appreciate it, Hellbound. And out of nowhere, wow. Out of nowhere, I guess Disco Cobra really took it to heart when I said I was going to end it at the 3 hour and 30-minute mark. He comes in with a $50 super chat. A $50 super chat. Disco Cobra, thank you so much for that, man. Disco comes in and just drops these $50 super chats, man. Really appreciate it, bro. And Pushing Polygons does it. Pushing Polygons takes us over 75 by dropping another 5-bomb. Pushing Polygons, also a longtime channel member, coming in clutch here at the end. And then Corey drops another one. Corey drops another single. And just like that, we went from 66 to 79 members. You guys are incredible. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all the support and all the love. And just a reminder to anybody who just received some membership gifts, we are going to go over to the members lounge. It's exclusive for members. And if you have a membership, if you were gifted a membership, you do have access to it. So Pushing Polygons, Corey,
Holy shit.
and everybody else who gifted, you did it. You did it. You crushed it. Let me update this. And then I got to read Disco Cobra's generous super chat here. Disco Cobra says here, so do we have some official confirmation on the PS5 Pro? I was not here for the rest of the chat. Sorry, getting things done around the house. Just got a muscle truck, so I'm messing with it a bit. We'll have a video up on my channel soon. In real life stuff soon. Well, Disco Cobra, bro, if you want to drop a link in the chat to your channel, or you can try to leave it in. I think I should be able to manually confirm it. If you want to drop the link to your channel in the comment section of the stream, you can do that, bro. Or just give the name of your channel, so people can look it up. But hold on, Disco. We got Corey coming in. Corey's not playing today, man. Corey is not messing around today. Corey just comes in. This is the same man earlier who said, sorry, guys, I just got a tenner for you. Just got a tenner for you. He comes in, drops another 20 bomb. I mean, that is truly a holy shit out of nowhere. He took it to heart these last 4 minutes. You guys really took it to heart these last 4 minutes. God damn. Dude, no way. There's no way we are sitting at 99 members. I'm not even kidding right now. Hold on, Disco Cobra. I'm going to answer this for you. Is it really? Is that really where we're at? no joke. We are sitting at literally 99 members after Corey's 20 bomb, man. That is insane. That is insane. And Mr. Solid Snake and Hellbound, look at that. Look at that shit. They dropped those gifts, and Aries 09. They dropped the gifts at the same time, and they collectively crush 100. They get us to 106. You guys are monsters. You guys are absolute monsters. They won't, Disco Cobra, bro, they won't even let me answer your super chat. They're like, no, more member gifts. More member gifts. More people must join the member lounge. More people must join the MBG army. This is good, though, dude. This is good, because you know what? If Sony is going to be doing a showcase next month, all these membership gifts, all the people who have membership gifts, they're going to still hopefully have it by the showcase. And that's going to be the time, dude. Like, that's going to be the time where we're really going to see some major growth. I mean, we're already seeing major growth, but we're really going to see some growth in the membership community, and shit might get crazy. Shit might get crazy, but thank you guys so much for that, man. I'm shocked. Like, I really am. Like, dude, we were just sitting at 66 members, and I thought, hey, let's see if we can get to 70. And you guys just collectively got us to 106. Insanity. Insanity. I got to give hold on. Got to throw in another boss thanks there. But Disco Cobra, let me make sure I answer your super chat here. You're saying, do we have any official confirmation on the PS5 Pro? I was not here for the rest of this stream. You're saying you got a muscle truck, which is awesome to hear. And that's what you've been spending your time messing with a little bit. So when it comes to official confirmation from Sony, as in Sony announcing the PS5 Pro or officially acknowledging it by saying, yes, we're making a PS5 Pro, the answer to that is no. However, what Sony did confirm is that the leaked information is legitimate. And the way that they confirmed it is they took down Moore's Law's Dead's video. Moore's Law's Dead, as I said earlier in the stream, he was the first one to reveal all of this info about the PS5 Pro. And he did it in a video where he showed the documentation, and a lot of people didn't believe him. Turned out, you know, it was backed up by multiple sources, and then Sony issued a takedown of his video, which essentially is Sony confirming that it's real. And that's why that's the only way they were able to get it taken down. And pushing Polygons is pushing for more memberships here for this community. Holy shit, dude, that's another 10 memberships gifted by Pushing Polygons, bringing us up to 116. Seriously, you guys are insane. I cannot believe you guys right now. Pushing Polygons pushes us up to 116 members. You guys are crazy. Remember when I used to use that siren, that like nuke sound going off? And I would love to continue to use that, but like it, for some reason, it caused like issues with copyright, which is so stupid. But I just imagine that sound right now. You guys are awesome. You guys are too kind. Another boss meow. Something I want to do, I want to get more recordings of my cats that I can continue to play in different clips. So I appreciate all the memberships, guys. Where's Big MP? I'm sure he'll turn up eventually. Shinji loves Boss. Boss has pretty much taken over the streams, man. For real. It's like, it's actually insane. I don't mind. He's a Chad. He knows it. You guys know it. But Disco, yeah, like, it's one of these things where I think a lot of people already believed the PS5 Pro was coming, and they already believed that the leaks were real. But the fact that Sony, like, if you go click on Moore's Law's Dead, if you click on his channel, or specifically if you click a link to his video, it says that it was taken down by Sony Interactive. So it's officially, like, it's official confirmation that Sony saw his video and they like, you know, they had it completely stricken down, and they can only really do that if they have very good reason to do so. Most companies avoid doing stuff like that because it makes them look very bad, you know? And they were just like, nope, that he's showing the real deal, the real documentation. We're taking it down. And that pretty much confirms that at least the documents that Moore's Law is Dead showed on his video were legitimate, like 100% legitimate, which effectively does officially confirm the existence of the PS5 Pro. And Fred ADHD Vance comes in and says, we are not stopping. I said I was going to end the stream at the 3.5 hour mark, but my God, you guys have really pushed the limit here, where 5 minutes after the fact, Fred is like, bro, we are getting this up to 117 members. I got to update the goal again. Let me update this for you guys so you can just get a better idea of where we're at. So Fred, you brought us up to 117, man. This community continues to show love. Look at that. Look at that. You guys are nuts. Fred, I appreciate you keeping the membership train going. Oh, yeah, that's my fault, Fred. Oh, I feel bad. That's my fault. I wasn't able to update it quick enough. He's like, I saw it was one short. Well, you know what, man? We'll just say you did it. It's only fair. You didn't know. You didn't know. We'll just say Fred helped us get to the 100 mark. It's hard to keep up sometimes with you guys. But yeah, Disco Cobra, just to finish out what I was saying here, I don't know if you were like, I said this earlier, like, I don't know if you're one of these people that's kind of on the fence, you know, when it comes to the PS5 Pro, like, should you believe the rumors? Should you believe the leaks? Should you believe the reports? If you are, I would just say there's still nothing wrong, in my opinion, with just taking a step back and saying, I'm just going to wait. Like, the reports are nice, the leaks are all fine, well, and good, but let's just wait for Sony. There's nothing wrong with that. As I've said earlier to another person who super chatted, that's probably the smarter way to go about it. I'm not going to do that, obviously, but and pushing polygons, he's not going to stop pushing for more membership gifts here, bro. Pushing polygons drops another 5 memberships. Another 5 memberships. He brings us to 122. You guys are, look at this. You guys are on the cusp of destroying another goal. Like, bro, the stream was supposed to be ended like nearly 10 minutes ago. And instead you're like, nah, bro, let's push for more member goals. That's awesome. You guys are awesome. Pushing polygons. Let's see. What haven't I played? I'll play a... Get some! Get some! Well, I could give that one. I know Exley is here, but that's for pushing polygons and Exley.
Do not be sorry. Be better.
There you go, man. Thank you, guys. What a crazy way to round out the stream, though. I think there was one other chat I missed. And so, Disco, thank you so much for the generous super chat, man. And I hope you enjoy your new truck, by the way. I used to have a truck. Had it for a long time. It served its purpose. Don't have it anymore. But I liked it. We have Kefalin. I don't. Is that how you say that? Cephalin, Cephalin Snow. Is that how you say that? Snow is what I will call you. A member for 8 months says, shout out to the very generous MBG community. Agreed, Snow. I think it's Cephalin Snow. I think that's how you say that. But I agree, man. Shout out to this community. You guys, seriously, I mean, what else is there left to say? You guys never cease to blow my mind. What kind of car do I drive now? Right now, I don't drive anything. We have one vehicle, and that's the way I want it for now. Because I don't know. I've never really been. I'm just the kind of person where it's like, do I need a second vehicle? Like, is it a literal need? And if the answer is no, then I don't want it because they're fucking dude. Owning a vehicle, in my opinion, is annoying as fuck. And I don't know. It's for some people, I guess it's different. Where if you love cars or you like vehicles, I have a friend, one of my good friends. That's his passion. He loves cars, and he just loves it. I never was like that. I was just never into them that way. And I'm just like, listen, if I don't need a vehicle, I'm not going to worry about it. I do drive though. But yeah, for a while I did need my truck. And my truck started to crap out. And that's when I was like, all right, you know what? I think I'm just going to sell it now. Motorcycles? I'm not into motorcycles or bikes or anything like that. I mean, I never rode one though, so maybe I would be into it if I tried it. Yeah, that's how I view it, honestly. Like, I view vehicles or cars like kind of just as tools, means to an end, get you from point A to point B. That's how I view it. I've never. I mean, if I was, sometimes I wonder if I was rich. I mean, like really rich, like would I just buy vehicles? I feel like that's a very common thing rich people do. Like you buy a big garage. Even in GTA, like that's what you do. You just buy a big garage and then you just fill it with vehicles. I wonder if I would be like that. I'm talking like rich, like just, money's not a thing for you. No, Titus. I can no. That wasn't a thing for my truck, as far as I'm aware. I never heard of that. A blood hole. Okay, not sure I like the sound of that, man. Is there anybody? I'm curious. Is there anybody here who's like totally rich? I mean, like, if you want to share that with us, like, is there anybody here who's just like filthy rich? Because I've always wondered what that's like. Like, I want to know. Like, I want to know. Is it overrated? Because you know how they say like, oh, money can't buy happiness, and I feel like that's true to an extent. But why do I get the feeling that a really really rich person said that? You know what I mean? Fred, you're saying I would just hire a landscaper to take care of the garden projects. Yeah, my backyard's crazy, dude. Like, I'm going to see if I can tackle my backyard myself. Maybe have a friend help me if he's willing. But I'm ready to concede and be like, I can't take all this on. I got too much overgrowth and shit. Guys, make me rich so I can pay to get my backyard redone. Make me rich. Well, I guess you don't need to be rich to have your backyard redone. But I'm at that point now where it's like, spring's coming around and I got to start tackling it now. Because if I don't, it's going to get crazy. It's going to get out of hand real quick. 2 acres of land is too much. That does, yeah. That sounds like a lot. Shadowlink, you're saying you make 98K driving trash trucks. Makes money. Well, I mean, yeah, that's an essential job, dude. Corey says, mow the lawn, son. Gonna be fighting gators? Hold on now. No, it's not, dude. My big thing is like it's the insects, dude. Like, I hate bugs. And my son definitely got that passed on to him because he's been freaking out about bugs now that it's spring and the bugs are coming out. He cannot stand insects. I mean, he really freaks out, like to a point where it's like, oh, okay, like I will kill this bug right now. Like you're making my son scream so loud, I'm gonna kill you. I'm not. I don't know. I'm not that intense with it. I guess maybe when I was a kid or when I was younger I was, but I don't like bugs, dude. I say that, but the other day I was in the yard digging up some soil, found a worm, picked it up, ate it. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't eat it. But I was just showing. I was trying to show my son the worm so he wouldn't be so scared of it. And dude, he's so crazy. Like he's such a savage. I like put the worm on the grass and I was like, it's just a worm. It's not going to hurt you. See, it's fine. And he was just like, it needs to die. And then he just fucking axe kicked it. And I'm like, bro, what? Like I was in literal shock. I like couldn't believe it's just so affirmative and like, yes, like this thing's got to die. I don't know what it is. I don't like it. I'm going to kill it. Like, damn, that's some primal savagery coming out of my son right there. The worm survived, by the way, in case you're wondering. The worm was not, he made it out alive. And we got Disco Cobra 2013 with another super chat here, $20 super chat. Dude, this person says, I do wear Xbot repellent. That's funny, man. I don't know why that's funny, but that's funny. And Pushing Polygons drops another gift for you guys. Pushing Polygons, dude, I know what he's doing. Pushing Polygons is trying to get to that last goal, the 125 mark. Pushing Polygons, I really appreciate that, bro. You kind of came out of nowhere today and you're like, let's go. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. See, that's the beautiful thing about this community. I actually came in and said, I'm sorry, guys. I can't gift today for you. I can't do it today, but there's always people here that are willing to help support. But Disco Cobra, with your super chat, you're saying, with all the support you get, you should be in the six-figure area with money. Plenty of people with semi-deep pockets. I have some money stashed, but it's right around 100K for house stuff for emergencies. Little bit of play money. That's good though, dude. Well, I don't think I'm in the six figures yet. I would like I would have to double check that, but I'm fairly certain we'll see this year if that happens. Look, man, I would like to get in a better place in life. Absolutely. That's the dream, right? Because like what you're saying, having like 100K stashed for emergencies or just a little bit of play money, to me, that's a good place to be. That's a very good, I can't say I'm quite there, but to be in a place where you're totally financially secure to the point where if there's an emergency, you're taken care of. If you want to have a little bit of play money and do something, you can do it without, guilt-free. But I don't know, man. I'm not the best person with money, truthfully, or I haven't been in the past. And Fred Vance drops another gift for us. Fred drops another single membership, gets us to 124. So who's going to do it? I know somebody's going to fight for it. The last one. But I haven't been horribly irresponsible with money, and mainly that's because I've never had like super large quantities of money to be irresponsible with. But anytime I've come into a little bit of money, I definitely look back and think, man, I should have been wiser with my finances at the time. But it's hindsight 2020 type shit all the time. And I feel like when I look back on myself, I'm a little bit harder on myself than I probably should be, because I'll be honest with you, like I feel like I got lucky in life, truthfully. And we got Corey does it. And Pushing Polygons. They tag teamed it, bro. Corey drops a single, and then Pushing Polygons drops another single, and just like that, you guys crushed another goal. Seriously, that's crazy. We're sitting at 126 memberships. You guys fucking crushed it today. Thank you for that. IP Gaming's like, bro, we got to hit 150. IP Gaming, drop a drop a 20 bomb. Candlefire saying, y'all making me feel broke. Well, money isn't everything, but it is vital. It is. And we didn't decide that. Like me and you didn't decide that. It's just you were born into that life where you need money to survive, to live in the system, to be part of the system. But my goal, my aspirations, I would like to, obviously grow the channel and make it bigger, obviously, but I don't know exactly how that's going to happen. I'm trying to just flow with it and see where it goes and do what comes natural and do what feels right. But obviously I would like to be better off in life, just like anybody else. I want to be totally financially secure. I don't want to be rich. I don't think. Like, I really thought about this the other night. I was like, do I want to be like rich? And I don't know. I guess I'd never really thought about that because it's like, I guess sometimes you just don't think about things that feel out of reach. Like, why would I imagine what it's like to be filthy rich if I'm never going to be that? Like, that's not a possibility for me. But I really did kind of simulate that in my mind. Like, what would change in my life if I just had like, if I had like $500 million in my bank account? It's like, dude, you're set for life, bro. Like, you're good. What would I do? And it's kind of funny because I realized that, holy shit, I would definitely do things differently, but not that much differently. Like, I would still feel the same way I do about video games. I would definitely pay to have like the sickest stream set up to where like I could do fucking the craziest shit, on streams, but my streams would still be talking about gaming and PlayStation. And I just feel like, I'd probably pay people to do more shit, I guess, to get, to do more shit for me. Is that what rich people do? Like, you have the money, you pay people to do the stuff, But I don't know that I would be that different. I would probably be more willing to try some different things, just knowing that money's not a problem. I'd probably eat out a lot more. I go to like nice restaurants and stuff, but I'd show up to my streams in a suit. Taxes would suck. Taxes suck no matter what. So I don't know. I don't know that I would want to be rich. I guess it's easy for me to say that because I'm not that at all. I wouldn't deny that if that was something that was like, hey, do you want to be rich? Like, sure. But I want something that sounds more reasonable. Like, I want to just have a little bit of wealth, enough to live comfortably and to not feel worried, just to have enough to feel secure in the short term, the midterm, and hopefully the long term, with the long term probably being the most difficult thing to achieve. Yeah, I agree. Pushing Polygon says, I think being rich and having worked for it gives you a different viewpoint versus someone who just inherited it. Absolutely. Yeah. Agreed, for sure. Shadow Link here with a super chat says, don't feel bad, MBG. 17 years ago, I passed up a chance to make $225K a year because I was too close-minded about job opportunities. Shaking my head. Yeah, I could see how looking back on that, it would feel not great, but maybe it's, hey man, everybody's got their path that they got to walk. I think that I could see something like that, being a bit of a regret where it's like, damn, but not like a take it to your grave regret. You know what I mean? Like, I could see at the end of the day, you're just like, fuck it. Like, did I make the best choice? Probably not. But at the end of the day, did it ultimately determine who you are and how you lived your life? Probably not. At least I would assume not. But yeah, stuff like that, you never really know. It makes me wonder. See, I said earlier, this is basically starting to turn into a members lounge, but it's okay. I said earlier that like I feel like I got kind of lucky in life, and I do mean that because I look at where I come from and I look at how I grew up, and money was always a problem. Definitely don't come from money or like a rich family. I wasn't dirt poor either. Like, I don't make it sound like, I was living in the fucking gutter or, on the streets. It's nothing like that. But I definitely grew up understanding the idea of money being scarce and not in abundance. And I don't know, I just felt like I got dealt a certain hand in life that I feel I mean, it's easy to take it for granted by this point in time as more time passes, but I definitely feel like, wow, I'm grateful for where I landed in my life, because when I look at the trajectory, like when I look at the hand I was dealt and the different, we all have like those certain moments that we encounter in our life that you look back and you're like, man, I made a decision. Like those were like critical moments where decisions had to be made, and they definitely defined my life and where I am now. And I look back and I feel like, I don't know. I don't want to say I made, certainly not every decision I made was perfect or right, but I feel like I made some right decisions that, I didn't quite understand in the moment where they would lead me. But I have to imagine that this is kind of part of it, where it's like, well, you could have made a much worse decision, and in kind of sticking with your gut and going with what you felt was right in your heart, right? Like, not to get all cheesy about it, but that kind of, helped me, I guess, get to where I am now. And I just feel very grateful for that, because I don't know, man, it's funny to think that the thing that I'm learning about myself as I get older is I spent like the majority of my life being totally apathetic, but not realizing I was apathetic, like not being aware of it. And that has transformed as I got older, where I'm not nearly as apathetic anymore. In fact, I find that I care too much, sometimes to my own detriment. And sometimes it's just about finding that kind of sweet spot of, you just got to know like what's important and how much you really should worry about it. You got to know when to let it go, and you got to know when to hold on. And that to me is kind of the trick in life, is you got to have this kind of intuitive understanding of like when to hold on, when to let go, when to stop, pump the brakes, and when to move forward, and sometimes when to sprint. That's kind of what I'm learning. So we're getting deep now. We're getting deep with the philosophy, and well, I don't even know if it's so much philosophical as it's just, I guess it would be philosophical, but just life learnings. When it comes to making money, that's something that I want to get better at. Not making, I mean, obviously everybody wants to get better at making money, but I want to, this sounds like day trading to you. I want to get better at being smarter with my money, and I don't know exactly what form that takes or what that looks like, but I think it just starts with the awareness of like just the understanding that money does come and it goes, and for the time that you have it, there are certain decisions you can make with it where you can either make it work for you, make it work with you, or it's ultimately going to work against you. And that's what I'm trying to be aware of when I'm doing whatever I'm thinking of doing with my money. That's all. Tell you what I'm going to do, though. I am going to buy Stellar Blade with my money. That's what I'm going to do. I'll buy 2 copies of Stellar Blade. Do what you can with what you have, where you are. Yeah. Chris Brown says, I took some risks last year and the house won, but I'm glad what I learned from it. That's a good attitude to have. Yeah, and always have a helmet, IP Gaming. Absolutely. Seems like you're saying it sounds like I need a financial coach. Well, I mean, you're probably right, but I think it boils down to the same problems that affect everybody to different degrees, where like what I've learned about myself is it's a matter of discipline and self-control and awareness, where it's like being aware of a problem is not enough. You need to be aware, and you need to have enough control, discipline, and understanding to be able to, okay, now make the right choice and stick with it. You know? And it's to me, it's just like eating healthy. It's just like eating healthy, where it's like, you know what you should do. You know how to do it, but you got to do it. You can think about doing it. You can talk about doing it, but there's a difference between doing those things and actually doing the thing and sticking to it. And that's kind of what it comes down to for me. So it's a lifelong journey and battle. Pushing Polygons, you're saying, if I can give you any piece of advice, as I'm doing this with my money when I have a kid, set up MBG Junior an index stock account. Interesting, Pushing Polygons. I'll try to keep this in mind. An index stock account. Yeah, I don't know about stocks though. I've never really been involved in the market. It's always intimidated me. Anything involving stocks, I would definitely have to do extensive research and learn a lot, because I don't know. I've just always looked at it as that's probably a place where I'll lose money, a lot of it, all my money maybe, and I don't know that I would even want to risk that. Just invest in Sony. I feel like that'd be a little bit problematic here on the channel, don't you think? You know, it would definitely skew things. If I were to invest in Sony, I would have to disclose that every time. Put everything in the Bitcoin. Oh God, has to be stable, low risk. That's kind of how I thought of it. Is like, if I were to ever invest, it would be something like I would look at it, and I don't know if this is what you're describing, Pushing Polygons. You're saying you don't have to do anything. An index gets you into a little of everything, and indexes typically go up over time. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's kind of how I would view entering the market, where I would try to do something that's a pretty safe bet. Like, you know, relative. I know nothing's like truly safe, but just something on the safer side, something maybe less volatile, but also something that's very slow growing, and something where it's like, if you're planning on actually making money from this, it's going to take time. It's going to require patience. That's how I would approach it. Like, I know a lot of people approach the market in a very like, I want to make money quick. I would never approach the market. I mean, for some people, maybe that does work, but I would never approach it like that. I would definitely approach the market as something like, this is I'm going to view as low risk and long-term investment that one day, you know, hopefully can make me some money. That's about it. Yeah, real estate. I don't know if I would ever. That sounds even more intimidating. I guess it just depends on I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I have a kind of chaotic view on money. You know, like sometimes I almost feel like the way I view money is almost like hippy dippy, like something where it's just like, hey, I could make a lot. If I don't try to make a lot of money, I'll make a lot of money. Right? Like if I don't stress about it and I just start with a foundational effort, the rest will work itself out. And I know this sounds insane, but that's kind of how it has worked for most of my life. You know, like I've never aggressively chased money or like wealth. And I've always worried about money, of course, just like anybody else, but it has always found a way of working itself out one way or another. Am I saying that it's been ideal all the time? No. But it's fascinating to me that, like, I guess just everybody's very different, you know? Like when I've sat down and I started watching these videos, you know, all this stuff on like how to, you know, how to properly take care of your finances, how to grow money, how to, you know, and I always get this, there's an energy attached to everything. And I'm not saying it's negative energy. I'm just saying how I perceive it is like, it would always make me feel extremely worried and make me feel like I am fucking up, dude. Like I'm doing something wrong in life and I'm not doing the right thing. And it would get me to a point where I would just be like, you know what? I'm just going to not worry about this. I'm not going to pay attention to it. And I'm just going to do my own thing and do what feels right and see where that takes me. And that's kind of what I've been doing. Is that enough all the time? Probably not. Could it be better? Probably, yeah. To me, it almost, the way I view my life sometimes is I feel like there is the beaten path. And it's like, there you go. Like this is the path right in front of you. You know, you can see all the way through. Go walk it. It's right there. And I'm just like, I don't know. Like there's a path that kind of starts over here, but you can't really tell where it goes. I kind of want to see if I could just go that way. And I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna make my way through that way. It's not gonna make any sense. And look, am I saying that I'm gonna come out totally unscathed? No, I probably not. Like compared to just taking the beaten path, probably not. Like there's probably a better, like taking that beaten path is probably the better way ultimately. But I don't know. I guess maybe that's. I think there's some kind of story about this. I'm trying to. It's like some kind of ancient monk story about. I don't know. Like I'll have to look into. I heard it a long time ago. Anyway, guys, went way fucking off the rails here. Your hint won $5,000 from a scratch ticket. Nice. All right, so we are well past the 4-hour mark, and I did promise a members lounge, and so we are going to do that. I guess you guys anybody who's here that's not a member, or anybody who is not a member that watches this after the fact, you got a little taste, just a little taste, just a little sample of what the members lounges can be like sometimes, and that's fine. Got to give out some free samples from time to time, but here's what we're going to do. I'm going to end the stream now. And because it's going on long, I want to open up that members lounge. I want to have some further conversation with you guys, see where we go. All right. So with that being said, let me make sure I thank everybody for their contribution to the channel, to the community. Seriously, you guys are amazing. Sometimes I feel like I don't deserve you guys. You're too kind. You know, you make the dream come true, man. You do. It's amazing to be able to put on these streams. It's amazing to be able to talk about games with you guys so deeply, but also, you know, my cat's taken over. It's a good time. And I really appreciate everything you do for me, as well as the community and the channel. And without you, it wouldn't exist. So IP Gaming, you're saying I'm your favorite streamer, YouTuber. Thank you so much for that. That means a lot. I mean, it really does. Like anybody who feels that way, I'm not saying I have to be your favorite, certainly not. But anybody who feels that way, or even close to that way, that means a lot. Because, dude, the competition is insane, and the fact that there are people out there that choose to listen to me or watch me or hang out, you know, and talk to me over other things, it's very, very humbling. So thank you for that. All right, but yeah, if you are a channel member, I am going to open up the members lounge immediately after the stream ends. So join me over there. Who knows what chaos will ensue. And also just want to extend a big thank you to everybody who dropped super chats today. All right. Super chats are obviously just as important and helpful as memberships. And you guys kept the conversation going in some interesting directions today. And two more shout outs. One more for Devil Shooter for doing the timestamps. But I also just want to make sure to throw this in there. Thank you guys for showing up even on days like today. And not just showing up in some, you know, in just regular fashion, but showing up, hanging out, listening, and showing support on days like today where, man, where's the gaming news? Just goes to show how legendary this community really is. So, MBG Army, I salute you. I salute you. All right. You like the shirt? Yeah, Metallica. All right. I'm ending it. I'll catch you guys in the members lounge, and to everybody else, I will catch you in the next stream. So Wow. Okay, that came in out of nowhere. All right. Take care, guys, and thank you.